I'd like to call this meeting to order, the February 5th, 2014 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Victor, can you do roll call, please?
This is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on February 5th. Time is 4:10. Call the roll. Member Need present. Member Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Pilpel present. Member Sims. Sims absent. Member David. David absent. Member Highland.
Present.
Highland present. Member Oka.
Present.
Oka present. Vice Chair Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Chair Grant.
Present.
Grant present. We have a quorum.
Great. The next item is agenda changes. Does anyone have any agenda items they'd like to have changed? No.
So you can't stand there and talk unless brought to the podium. So I warned you last time. If you talk, you'll be escorted out. Are we clear? You have no warnings. This is it.
The one item I'd like to change, which I should have done earlier, is item number 18, where we're going to be talking about the meeting schedule, the conflict. Can I move that? I'd like to move that up to before we start looking into the minutes. So I'd like to move that up to after item number 7. So, you guys okay with that? Just because I'd like to get that kind of content taken care of before we get into the minutes. Okay, thank you. Is there any other?
Did we comment on the change to the agenda?
Any comments? No, just announcing. Okay, so we'll do that. If not, then everything else will go as stands. Victor, can you read the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 2, file number 13024. The Education Outreach and Training Committee has referred file number 13024, Mika Ringel against the Planning Department for allegedly failing to provide requested records associated with the proposed development of 480 Potrero Avenue. Please note that Mr. Ionis is next door clerking another meeting, and he stated that that should end shortly and he will be over before 4:30 if needed.
Okay. In the meantime, I'd like to just refresh all the members. If Member Pilpel can give us kind of the update from the EOT and why it's been referred back to us.
I can, but I actually wanted to allow Mr. Ionin to hear that as well. So I guess my suggestion is if we can just put this off and take up item 4 and then come back to it when Mr. Ionin gets back. Is Mr. Ringel present, by the way?
Yeah, he's back.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay.
So, does anyone have any issues with that? I'm sorry, who's Mr. Ionis? Who's Mr. Ionis?
The Planning Commission Secretary.
The Secretary,
And
okay.
now their new custodian of records.
Okay. Hi, you can sit there. Okay, if there's no issues to that so that both parties can be present,
Right.
then we will move item number 2 down, swap item 2 and item 4. So we'll hear item 4 next and put item 2 after public comment. Victor, can you read the next item then?
Item number 4, file number 13030, complete file by Charles Pitts against the Community Housing Partnership for allegedly failing to comply with an immediate disclosure request for tenants' budget of 650 Eddy Street.
Before we move on, Victor, are there some more agendas for the public that are out there? Is that what you guys are asking me for? There's no...
There is one in the binder, and I will make more agendas next time. I did bring some, but we have...
Okay. Do you want to take, you can take this one. Somebody, if someone need, no?
I have a spare.
Oh, okay. Okay. So for item number 4 is a complaint filed by Charles Pitt. I'd like to talk about determination of jurisdiction. Is the jurisdiction being contested? Is it being contested by the, first of all, is there a respondent from the Community Housing Partnership? Is there someone here from there? I can't see.
Or from HSA?
There's one here? Okay.
So, discussion?
So let's, Mr. Pitt, so there is a discussion about the jurisdiction because as we heard this before, and I'd love to hear, you've been back, why, we dismissed it before because we don't have jurisdiction against HSA. So I'd like to know, your reasoning of bringing it back and why you think we do have jurisdiction.
Okay, I believe the packet definitely says why we should have jurisdiction. Okay, so
Tell me what you think, why we have jurisdiction.
first of all, it's a city body. It's not a city body, but it's a government body, and it's a body of the. It's a contractor. It's a contractor of the city and county of San Francisco. Second of all, this is their budgetary information. I'm asking for budget information, and it's budgetary information. And second of all, I have several documents which are provided in the packet that says that they were going to give me this information, and for whatever reason it is now, they refuse to give me the information. So most of the information is in the packet.
Oh, okay. Since the other party is not here,
And technically, I don't think they even have, they're not here, so they're not contesting jurisdiction. So for me, considering they're not here, that gives me reason to have jurisdiction.
no. Jurisdiction is not determined by that. Jurisdiction is determined by the Sunshine Ordinance and whether we have jurisdiction to even hear your case. So that's not the matter that's at hand. So what we want to discuss right now is can we hear it? Because the Community Housing Partnership is not and someone correct me if I'm wrong, it is not a city, it's not a body in the city or something. We don't hear cases.
Okay, wait a minute. That's y'all done it before, and see what it is I sort of misspoke, but you under your 12L laws, you have some jurisdiction under your 12L laws regarding budgetary information.
I'm sorry, say that part again?
Under your 12L laws, you do have jurisdiction because the 12L laws speak specifically regarding nonprofits, and I am entitled to financial information from them. Could you consult with your city attorney?
I will, but I know that this is not an issue of jurisdiction for us. I'm going to pull up the exact law of why it's not. But Member Nee, you might have it more accessible.
Well, there are, I think, some additional questions here that need to be, and I think the respondents would be actually best suited to answer them. Number one, what Mr. Pitts is asking for is the Tenants Council budget, not the Community Housing Partnership.
They said they were going to provide it.
Excuse me, sir.
In 3 different
Let's
spots.
just let
Sir, would you
Mr.
not speak
Yes.
unless called upon?
Yes, Mazda.
Do you want to hear why we don't do or don't have jurisdiction? Because we can conclude the matter, because we, as a body, don't have jurisdiction. But I'd love for you to listen to Member Nee.
You're making it very clear you're not going to be fair or impartial.
Madam Chair?
Member Nee?
Again, I think there are some questions that the respondent would be best suited to answer. Number one, the relationship between the reporting relationship between the Tenants Council and the CHP. As I understand it, the Tenants Council is autonomous, not really part of the Community Housing Partnership. Second, and again, this is something that I think the Community Housing Partnership could answer, and that is whether the partnership's contract with the city has any stipulation as to compliance with the California Public Records Act or the Sunshine Ordinance.
And I believe they do. And they're required to have that body. And what you're also implying is a nonprofit can set up a sliver part of themselves and then skate all of the Sunshine Ordinance laws and regulation. That's what you're telling me. I just set up a sliver of their organization, or maybe even the bulk of their of their organization and skate all the laws.
Member Nee?
Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Young, our clerk, has the respondent given any indication on whether they would attend today's meeting?
Yeah.
I have not received any response concerning attendance.
They didn't even want to show up. They flopped y'all too.
Well,
Member Pilpel?
Okay, so let me try to provide some help here. And Mr. Pitts, if you could just hang on for a moment, we will get to some version of this. So this is a complaint under 12L related to a nonprofit. So in our packet, page 40 and 41, the relevant sections of 12L are included. 12L.5A, disclosure of financial information, that talks about the packet of financial information that each nonprofit is supposed to make available upon request. I don't know if Mr. Pitts requested that information. I do know that he requested other information. So going to the second section, what's particularly relevant, page 41, the excerpt from 12L.5B, dispute resolution. A member of the public who requests additional financial information other than that described in 12L.5A above, or who has a complaint concerning a nonprofit organization's compliance or noncompliance with this chapter may submit that request or complaint to the city agency or department which is a party to and or which administers the nonprofit organization's contract. That city agency or department shall consider the request or complaint, shall recommend a resolution thereof in accordance with procedures established by that city agency or department. Following such consideration and recommendation, the member of the public or the nonprofit organization may seek an advisory opinion concerning the request or complaint from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, which that task force shall be authorized to provide, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the question before us at this time, as we have asked before to Mr. Pitts, have you submitted your request or complaint to the city agency or department which is a party to or which administers the contract, which in this case I believe would be HSA?
I submitted it in the packet.
Did you submit it?
I sent a copy of that, and it's in your packet.
Okay, can you point us to that for a moment?
I mean, the packet's so massive. It would take me a minute or so to find it. That's what I'm getting to.
Feel free to look.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm getting to here is we're not sidestepping 12L complaints at all. It's just that we don't have jurisdiction to hear it until it's been to the department, and the department has had a chance to offer a solution, and if you don't like their solution, then
Their solution was, we don't have the information. That's what their solution was. And I sent that in the packet.
I'm not seeing that from HSA. I'm seeing some material from CHP, but they're not the department of the city. CHP is the contractor, and they do have a written contract with the city, which is not in the packet, and it, I'm sure, does have the required language that says that the information may have to be provided pursuant to this ordinance, et cetera, et cetera. Anyone else find something on point here?
I agree. That was my whole issue, is
Right.
that it's not, that the CHP is not, it's not a board, it's not a commission, it's not a department, and that there's steps before he could bring it to us, exactly what you just said, and that step had not been taken and was not in the packet. I did not see that step requested by Mr. Pitts of HSA, of CHP, so that's where the issue lies. And until that form has been filled out or that request has been put in writing, we don't have jurisdiction.
And so,
That's my reading.
in the future, either these things should not come to the task force.
Well, I
until that-
sent this body that information. Y'all.
I'm sorry, can you let him finish, please, and then you'll finish. We'll keep sort of order here.
Well, y'all been rude
Well,
before.
no, we've never been rude to you. So,
Yes, he has.
well, if you want to hear what our response is, you know,
Are you looking for the truth, or you just want to just?
I want you to stop talking, please, and let us hear, and let us go through the order of this. Or I'm going to call you out of order, and then we'll conclude this.
So what I'm saying is in the future, these things either should not come to us until that's happened, or at a minimum, we should have in the packet that it was not just referred to the nonprofit, but it was also referred to the city department, and really somebody should be from HSA.
Yeah.
And if they're not, that's kind of a different problem. So I'm inclined to, once we hear further public comment, to make a motion to not find jurisdiction at this time. I mean, I think the closest thing, and Mr. City Attorney, and you can help me with the right language, I think it's akin to something being done right. I mean, it's not a question of timely filing, it's that the procedure hasn't been perfected, so it's not really right for us to hear at this time. But
The procedure has not been, it's just so everyone is clear, the procedure on whose part has not been perfected, that Mr. Pitts did not do that?
either has not submitted it to HSA, or that HSA has not provided their response that we can see and take issue with. So somehow it's not properly before us, and so I think our shortcut to that is to just say that we don't have jurisdiction at this time. But I'll step back to the moment. I'm prepared to make that motion.
Madam Chair.
Can I get Member Washburn first, and then I'll come to you?
I just went through the file and I see nothing from HSA, and when I reviewed this earlier, I also reached the same conclusion that it's not properly before us at this time.
Great. Member Nee?
Yes, just on a matter of procedure, a motion to find no jurisdiction is not necessary. A motion not to do something is not necessary.
We have in the past done it that way,
But I don't, it's more.
Will I get a chance to respond?
Sure. Is there any more comments from the commission?
Okay, now look at page 47 of your packet. I mean, could you tell me what it says?
To Contracts Manager Thomas Picarello. Is this it, what you're talking about?
See, there's a
Is
thing.
this what you're talking about? I just
This
wanna
is the
make sure.
document that I'm trying to give you some clarification on what the document says. Do
Okay,
you want
so
that?
you can read it. Why don't you read it to us?
No,
I want to make sure that they're...
I mean, I trust your ability to read what it says, but I want to explain what you're seeing here.
I just want everyone, the public and everyone, to know what we're referring to.
All right,
So-
well, you can...
I can read it.
All right. Well,
So-
see, what I'm trying to tell you is that Yahoo, they changed part of their format, and what it is Thomas Picarello is right here, but part of it is I sent the contracts manager, which is David Curtle, and I sent 2 copies to Thomas Picarello, and the contracts manager is David Curtle. And with that, it says 12A L 5B dispute resolution. I am requesting your help getting the tenant council budget. I made an information request for it, but CHP refuses to give it to me. P.S. I am starting to hear rumors of theft. So it is in the packet. I asked for that information. It's in the packet. I mean, I didn't send the response, but the response was we at the government, we don't have information. But I did try to seek remedy through the government. So I sent Community Housing Partnership documents, I sent them documents, and now I'm here.
So Thomas Picarello works for CHP?
No. I just told you. Kit, I just told you.
He's a member of the public?
Kit, what I told you, can you listen to what I'm telling you?
No, I am listening to what you're saying. I'm just asking who is he?
You're not reflecting it what you're telling me.
Who's Thomas Picarello? That's my question.
Okay. I mean, but you're not paying
Okay.
attention to what I'm telling you.
Thank you.
You're
welcome. Thank you very much.
You're not reflecting what I'm telling you. I am saying Yahoo has changed their format. So the thing is the people from the city and county of San Francisco have received it. The contracts manager, he has received a copy of that. And Thomas Picarello has received that document as well. So I sent that to them.
Does that constitute a formal HSA application?
No.
No.
So what consummates SSJ's consummation? Because I sent them the document, whether or not you choose to believe the document that's right in front of you because you didn't read the packet before. I mean, so what consummates it?
Member Popa?
I'm not disputing
Yeah.
Mr. Pitts at all. I believe that you did send it. What I don't see here is a response from Mr. Curto or anybody else at
Okay, so
HSA.
do you want me to pull it up? It's on the internet. You want me to pull it up?
Well,
The response? Mm-hmm. If you have a response, I would like to see the response from, definitely.
What he was saying is that there's a contact number in this and it's on Squirrel.
right. I always like the CCP guy.
Guy, okay, I get it. I thought it was the same guy. Yeah. Who's it? Okay.
I haven't quite figured out how to connect my computer to the system, so I'm getting yours started up.
The weekend interpreters, seems funky. No, he didn't go
I also wanted to point out one other thing, that the language that I read earlier from 12L.5B says the city agency or department shall consider the request in accordance with procedures established by that city agency or department. I don't personally have a copy of HSA's dispute or 12L dispute resolution policy or procedure. So, and we don't set those procedures. That's up to them. So it needs to follow whatever that presumably reasonable procedure is, and then it has to be before us. So it may be that Mr. Curto's response to the email suffices. It may not be. I don't know what that procedure says. And we've been asking for that, and we're trying to clarify that as part of our 12L work.
What was that? Oh, I have the written. Okay, thank you. No, no. The guy. The guy. Okay, so.
She's available. this complaint was dated May 17th or 13th, so it should be prior to then?
See, I've done what I was supposed to do.
So this was dated from November 8th, 2013?
We're here now, though. They had time to respond.
I'm sorry, that wasn't a comment to you.
This is February. They had time to respond.
Can you move this up so we can see what else,
Yeah, can you?
we need to move it up to see, because she's asking for more information from you.
Yeah.
And did you respond to this? Okay, stop, wait. Can you stop it so we can read it?
Well,
Is this in our packet?
just stopped it.
So did you respond to this?
Well,
She's
her
asking-
response.
Yeah.
I mean, it does appear her response is that she contacted the program and they are unaware of what you're referring to, and then she asked for some clarification, but what you're asking for is the tenant council budget. Would it go by any other name besides the tenant council budget?
To me, it's, I don't know what else you would call it, but see, the other thing about it is they know what they're talking about. And part of it is like, they've already submitted, they've already won a copy of the budget is in the packet. And then their letter, I believe they sent 2 letters saying, okay, well, there's at least one, well, let me start over. There's like 2 letters, one of their response saying that they provide that information. And then I submitted another document that was sent to the tenants that says that they're going to provide the information. And there's like several other versions of the tenant budget that was supposed to be coming out. So first they say they're going to send us the information. And then they send y'all a document saying they're going to send y'all the information. And now I can't get the information.
Can you scroll down a little further? Is there any more at the bottom of that?
Yeah.
Now, see, part of it is Vicky Blake. That was a typo on the names, but it got, when you see at the top of the email, it all got clarified as to who it was and whatever. And see, the other thing about it too is the lady who responded. There's a lady who responded. She's pretty near second in command, and she's no longer with the firm. So it's, so they know what's happening.
May I? Did you mean Ms. Hewson, Elizabeth Hewson, or Ms.
Elizabeth
Blakely,
Houston.
Lisa
Elizabeth
Blakely?
Houston is the lady that responded.
Okay. And she is no longer with CHP?
I don't know if she left.
Okay. Okay. So here's what I would suggest. I don't think we're going to be able to resolve this today. I think, Mr. Pitts, your emails, if you have a way to print out your original emails with the dates so that we can kind of figure out the dates and the sequencing and their responses, that would help.
Yahoo changed all of their format. I don't know how to do that.
I'm not disputing, but you've got some way to print stuff out, right?
Not really. I mean, I can forward it to you.
Okay.
Can you forward it to Victor,
if you
please?
can forward each of the things individually with the...
I doubt I can. I mean, they changed their whole format.
Okay, I believe you, but if you can figure out a way to either print it out or to forward it to Victor, each thing... Hold on.
I would have to go back in time.
Hold on.
How did
That's
you
what
just
we're
put-
asking.
Yeah.
That's where
No, I mean, like, literally go back in time. I don't think that's possible.
But you were able to just pull it up right now.
No,
We really
but see,
want
that's
to try.
all of those emails stacked on top of each other.
It's okay.
But you can print this one like individually, right?
No, I can't. I don't think I
I
can.
was going to say, Mr. Pitts, I think what we're trying to do here is resolve the dispute and help you. We're trying to help you help your case, essentially, because what we're trying to do is get these emails so that we can figure out a correct timeline and where we go next. And up at the top bar, there's some ability there, either the arrow or the double arrow or the back arrow, to forward it to us so that we can resolve this dispute, whether there's jurisdiction or whether there's not jurisdiction. We're trying to be fair and just to both parties here. So I think, if possible, you can get these to Victor, then we can get to some resolution at some point.
Okay, well, first it starts with a notice of violation because they didn't show up. They're a city agency and they're supposed to show up.
Well,
That's
we have to determine Victor.
Yep, they're supposed to start. They're supposed to show up, even with or without jurisdiction. They're supposed to show up.
Member Pilpel?
Right. So what I was going to offer, at the risk of volunteering to do more stuff, is to talk to the people at HSA. I don't think from your earlier, from the stuff above here or the other email that you showed, I don't think the HSA staff quite get what their responsibility is with regard to a 12L complaint. I think that they only sort of get it. They were looking for their own records. It's not about their own records. It's about what CHP can provide to you. And so I'm happy to help with that. I would be prepared to continue this matter so that we can try to get somewhere with it, and then we could actually, hopefully, have them go through the things that they need to do and have us be able to hear it on the merits.
I mean,
that's what we would like to do. I think we would all really like to do that and have somebody here from HSA and somebody here from CHP. They should be here. I agree with you on that. And I want to delay this. I want to get
I
to
mean,
the substance.
one, I'm not going to be here in March. I got a flight. But the other thing is I mean, what's fair is that they're supposed to have a notice of violation because they did not show up. That's fair. I spent my time here. I presented documents. And they gonna flout me. They gonna flout you. They don't want to provide information they said they would. They gonna disrespect me. They disrespect you because they supposed to be here.
Member Nee?
Yeah, again, I think one of the relevant questions here is the relationship between the Community Housing Partnership and the Tenants Council. Is there a reporting relationship, or is the Tenants Council, totally autonomous and separate? Because that, I think, is one of the keys to determining jurisdiction in this matter.
Exactly.
I think at this point they'll tell you whatever you want to hear.
That's a question that's factual that we can get the answer to.
Well, I mean, it's in the packet. They're supposed to give me the information, so they say they have some type of responsibility to give me this information because they said they would. I mean, and it's in the packet. I'm just saying, instead of giving me the whole budget packet, just give me this little section, of which they already have given me one monthly budget. I'm just saying, just keep doing like you said you would. Just keep doing like you said you would. You gave me one copy. If anything, it sets a precedent that you should be giving the budgets out, especially when you have another document that says that you're going to provide the information, and you didn't. And then what makes it worse is they tell you that you're going to provide the information. Okay, I mean, this document. Let me read it.
What page is it?
52. On May 14th. Well, I mean, it's not quite clear, but they did provide a budget, but it's like they're providing all of this stuff after I file. I mean, so May 24th, 5/31, it's just like there's...
So, sir, let me just interrupt you because there's two issues here, and we can't even get to the content until we have the jurisdiction issue worked out. Because it doesn't matter what we think or if we think it's right or wrong. If we don't have jurisdiction, it's a moot topic, and you're not going to get the results, the paper, whatever you're asking for. So that's what we're trying to work with you right now to get. So that's why we're asking you for these emails and things of that sort so that we can go back to HSA and see what the relationship, as Member Nee said, is between the two entities, between CHP and the HSA. Because right now it's not clear. So we have to get to that step before we can get to the next step. So we're trying to get that stuff done. So all this other stuff, I appreciate, and I've read this document. There's a lot of stuff that you're asking for, but we can't even get to that before...
I only ask for
the stuff that you're asking for.
I only ask one for thing.
Okay, so the one thing that no, it's not a lot.
You make it sound like it was massive.
No, but what I'm trying to say, sir, if you listen,
I'm listening.
Okay, so all I'm trying to say is that I just want to get to the first step because there are steps that need to be taken so that it goes through the proper procedure. So we just want to get to that first step before we get to any of the content and things of that sort. That stuff, the jurisdiction issue is not worked out. So there's no point in you wasting your time right now telling us all this because you might have to come back if jurisdiction is found in your favor and do this whole thing. We need to get the other stuff clear first. So that's what we need. So the stuff that we need for that, we need these emails so that we can start like a train of emails to see what you were asking for, who asked for it, who their partnership with. Those are the answers that need to be answered right now, and we don't have those answers. So at this time, we can't really go any further. So
you're just saying you need more information.
I need more information. I need the stuff that you showed us right now, and I need that in the packet. So if there's a way for us to possibly get that, that would be very helpful. And then I'd leave it up to the members how they would like, if they want to do a motion to continue, if they want to do a motion to get some more information. Member Pilpel offered to call HSA to kind of give them some, to understand what their responsibilities are as far as this is concerned. So,
I mean, I would like a copy of that as well, and I got the page right here.
Oh, cool. So just send to Victor.
If he types it in, we're good.
Okay.
Type it in and send it.
Victor, will you do me a favor and type it in?
Yes.
Because he has it up right now.
So,
and while he's doing that, Member Pilpel?
So, Mr. Pitts, you said that you're not here for March 5th. Can you tell us when you're back?
April.
Okay. So somebody's got a calendar. The first.
April 2nd.
April 2nd?
April 2nd? You're here for April 2nd?
No, because I'll be coming back on the 7th.
Okay.
Okay.
Guess it's May.
May.
Okay.
Right.
So, I'm sorry, it's 3 months, but if we can continue
Well, I mean,
the meeting?
I'm waiving time, so.
Okay. And if HSA can facilitate CHP giving you the information prior to that, so much the better. We don't have to wait until then.
Yeah.
We want to get you the stuff that you want as soon as possible. That's the goal here. So, okay.
But still the problem is they're required to show up.
Believe me, I will impress that on them. Yeah.
Well, they where are they? It's a notice of violation because they didn't show up.
This was directed toward community housing development, and it was not directed to HSA. So the HSA was not notified of this meeting.
Because it was community housing.
That's correct, because the complaint's not against them, but I am talking about community housing partnership. They were supposed to show up.
So
and
they
didn't.
weren't, so community housing, are you saying Community Housing Partnership was notified of this?
Yes.
But believing that they don't have
If Elizabeth is
jurisdiction?
no longer with the organization, I did not receive a bounce back of my email stating that, because the email that I sent out asking people to show
Let them
up
know.
today was directed towards Elizabeth. I don't recall the last name, but it was directed to that person.
And it didn't bounce back?
It did not bounce back, so
Okay.
if she is no longer with the organization, they do not know of today's meeting.
Got it.
No, I mean, send it to Gail. She knows.
Got it. Okay.
Send it to Gail.
So we will investigate this, but the fact that HSA wasn't even notified, is a problem because there's no jurisdiction. So let's, because the complaint's not directed towards them. I get
That
it.
is-
Yes. So,
We'll fix that. Is a motion to continue to the May?
one last thing, though.
Yeah.
But the Community Housing Project, Partnership, I'm sorry, this complaint is directed towards them. It is then Community Housing Partnership's responsibility to get with HSA. Is that, Yes.
It's HSA's responsibility to,
but they wouldn't have known about this because Community Housing, because the complaint is not filed, it's not against them. So it's not like the osmosis. Member Nee?
And Chair,
It's a bit confusing.
if Mr. Pitts cannot receive satisfaction from the Community College Partnership, then Mr. Pitts can request that the Human Services Agency intercede.
So it's his, exactly. Correct? It's his responsibility because he's filed a complaint against
It's
community.
his responsibility, but then once he does, then the HSA does assume responsibility in this matter.
Got it. Okay. So do you see that?
So I guess what you're assuming, I mean, my assumption of what you're saying is the city and county of San Francisco is liable to some extent that they're not providing me with the information that I requested.
You have to
Wait
go.
a minute, can I?
Member Nee, do you care to respond to that?
Through the chair, Mr. Pitts, there is kind of a sequence, if you will, or a chronology of what needs to happen. Number one, you go to the community, CHP, the Community Housing Partnership, request XYZ documents. Number two, you're not satisfied that the request has been met. So, that being the case, you then go to HSA, the agency with which CHP is contracted, and say, I have tell HSA, I have requested certain documents from the Community Housing Partnership with which you contract. They are not forthcoming, so I request your intercedence in helping me get the documents. So right now, where we are right now, you need to go to HSA and tell them that Community Housing Partnership has not been forthcoming with the requested documents, and you are requesting the HSA's assistance in getting those documents.
Well, I mean, I did ask them for the information. I didn't do the first part. I mean, I just...
Yeah,
So
you
you're
went
just-
you went to CHP, correct?
I went to CHP, but
Okay.
I also went to the city and county of San Francisco, the contract manager, asking for the documents.
Okay, HSA doesn't necessarily have the documents, and cannot
But to me,
necessarily...
that's where we go into
Well,
that snafu.
it's up to if HSA doesn't have the documents, then they can't provide them to you.
But
What-
that's under your
what
12L
the
laws where they're supposed to mediate.
The HSA's responsibility is to contact Community Housing Partnership and get them, nudge them to cooperate with you to the extent possible.
I mean, and that's part of what I did. That's part of what I did. I went to them and I asked for the information. And it's, I mean, you should have seen it. It was on the screen. I went to them and asked for the information. I went to the city and county of San Francisco and asked for the information. I mean, and under your 12L, they should have tried to mediate this. And it only makes sense that I would go to, I mean, to me, it only makes sense that I would come to them after. I mean, I wouldn't, if Community Housing Partnership has information, it it makes sense that I would go to them first, and then I would go to the Department of Human Services if I don't have it. I mean, it only makes sense. I mean, I wouldn't start with the Department of Human Services for a document that Community Housing Partnership has. And so, they didn't ask questions. I don't think he even considered the 12L laws. He just pencil whipped it with, we don't have this information.
Okay, so Mr. Pitts, I'm just going to, because I see we're not going to get to anything today, I want to wrap this up for today. And what I'd like to do, and I'm not, hopefully someone on this commission will make a motion to continue this till when you're back. But in the meantime, I think it is important that if you listen to what Member Nee was saying, if you did go back and do that procedure and came back in May and said you had gone through that process and nothing had come, going to HSA to ask for their help about you had asked for some documents from CHP and they hadn't been forthcoming, then, then we could maybe move forward on something. Member Nee.
What I'd like to suggest is that we continue this to the call of the chair, and that when Mr. Pitts returns, and he can notify our administrator, Mr. Young, as to when he would be available to basically continue this process. In other words, if you're not going to be back till April, May, you said?
May.
Okay. So when you get back, when you return to San Francisco, what you could then do, sir, is notify the clerk, you're here, you're ready for this item, you're ready for this item to move forward once again. That would be my suggestion.
Well, I mean, I'll be back. Contingent the plane don't crash, I'll be back.
So was that a motion?
I move to continue this to our regular meeting in May.
Member. Okay, thank you. It's been moved in second. Is there any public comment about this issue? Thank you, Mr. Pitts.
Good evening, task force members. Thomas
And you have 3 minutes, just to let you know. You have 3 minutes to comment about this?
Sorry?
You have 3 minutes to comment
Yeah,
about
I see
this.
I see the three.
Just want to let you know.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thomas Piccirillo, it's unfortunate. Well, I guess I do see the deputy city attorney there. If you read your packet, you will see that CHP conceded jurisdiction. If you read your packet, you will see that the Sunshine Task Force has jurisdiction over nonprofits when the nonprofit has one contract with the city that's in $250,000 or more. So you do have jurisdiction. Secondly, you were improperly advised by Mr. Pipel regarding the process for requests for financial information to nonprofits. If you look at 12.5A, disclosure of financial information, there's specific information that is required to give a requestor. Mr. Pipel read you 12L5B, but the first sentence of that 12.5B says, a member of the public who requests additional financial information not described in 12.5A has to do the dance with the city agency or the city department. So what Mr. Pitts did was entirely appropriate. You have jurisdiction. The city attorney wrote you a memorandum telling you have jurisdiction. In fact, CHP conceded they're subject to the jurisdiction of your task force. So the matter should not be continued. You should sanction CHP for not showing up tonight, rather than imposing on Mr. Pitts unnecessary work when it's not his fault that CHP did not show up. But this dance with HSA is not required at all. All you need to do is read 12.5A, and you'll see what the nonprofit is required to give Mr. Pitts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
Members of the Task Force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Basically, the Sunshine Ordinance has become sort of a maze full of pitfalls and traps and things for citizens. You have to do this first and that second, and then you have to go back and do 1A, and then you have to go do 5B, and it really becomes confusing for members of the public who don't have the understanding of the law, which the city does. And you have to add to that, the city has 200-plus deputy city attorneys to fight these things on behalf of the city agency because they don't want the items given. Now, I do understand your position in the sense that I dealt with the same thing with the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library. They're a private group, and very frankly, my opinion is they are put that way so that public members of the public cannot see where all the money goes. That's the specific reason for doing it the way they do it. So, I submit my request to Mr. Herrera, who is the city librarian. He is the department head for the city library. I ask him to see the documents. That does one thing for me. At number one, I get to see some documents, but I also get to see that he doesn't have other documents which he should have to provide proper oversight. And here's where we come into this. When the city, any department in this city, signs a contract with an outside agency, whether it's a nonprofit or a for-profit or whatever it happens to be, that doesn't mean they abdicate responsibility for that contract. None of us would consider it reasonable to sign a contract with anybody and then simply say, I'm going to just let these people do whatever they want. I'm not going to make any effort to see what the contract requires or get any reports from them or any updates or anything. So the city must have some of these pieces of information. Otherwise, they're derelict, in fact, negligent in their duty in overseeing the contract. You can't sign a contract and then simply say, well, I'm not even going to bother to see if they lived up to the contract. We're just going to assume they did and move on. So the city must have something. And then once it is clear what the city has, then the pressure should be put on the city to force these people with whom they have a contract, and very frankly, I'd get a copy of the contract because the contract probably lists in there certain reporting requirements, like a quarterly report on their fundraising and where the money goes and so forth. So basically, this is something that needs to be explained, but unfortunately, we wait till we get to this jurisdictional issue to do this here in public, wasting everybody's time, rather than the task force providing information saying, you don't have what you need for us to act.
Thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I've been listening to this mockery or this dance of procedure, what's correct, what's incorrect, et cetera, et cetera. I do believe that the sunshine requirement is that if the complainant asks for somebody, he's supposed to get full cooperation from the respondent, which would lead one to believe that if there is a particular dance that has to happen, he would be informed of that. So, when it got to this point about jurisdiction or what you can or cannot do, that would have already been addressed had, the respondent clearly worked with the complainant and get him what he wanted. But, when you don't have to do that either, per what, is required through sunshine, you guys can spin it in any direction. So apparently, once again, this blame the victim when he asked for what he asked for, and Mr. Piccirillo said that you guys have already found jurisdiction and all these dances and everything else, is what I expect from the Ministry of Sunshine. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment?
Good afternoon, members. Peter Warfield. I'm not a party to the complaint, and I'm not very familiar, but I have listened to, at this point, 45 minutes or so of discussions about jurisdiction. If indeed, as Mr. Piccirillo says, you have already determined jurisdiction, then in fact I don't see why this needs to wait any longer. The respondent hasn't shown up. The guidelines on Sunshine say that you're to take whatever information you have. If there's any question as to, so to speak, which side of the fence it falls, you are to have it fall on the side of the complainant. I think all of the public comments here were very good. I'm disappointed that Mr. Pitts is being asked to run another set of hurdles when that shouldn't be necessary. I do think if you looked at the contract, I recall from a while back that, as an example, the clerk's office has a contract with the Harvey Rose, and that clearly says Harvey Rose is required to respond to information requests as though he, the contracting entity, was a public city agency. And it's very clear and it's very straightforward. If the HSA hasn't done that, I don't know what the answer is, but what we find over and over again at Sunshine is a labyrinth of complications and who's in charge of what and who's responsible for what, which I don't think that the complainant ought to have to be alone in negotiating. The city itself is often very unresponsive with respect to who's accountable. I have generally a high regard for the controller's office. I went in there yesterday to ask for an org chart, and the best they could do was give me a 2009 org chart. Now, that's before I have filed any complaints, if in fact I want to file any complaints. But the point is, it's often very difficult for somebody, particularly when they're not happy with an agency, to find out who's actually in charge or who the responsible party is. I think it should be up to you to make a determination. If there's a labyrinth, that you should make the determination, and also that you should consider this for an improvement in Sunshine so that it's completely clear who is responsible for responding to Sunshine and following Sunshine. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment on this issue? If not, there's a motion on the floor. Victor, can you take roll call, please?
On the motion to
I mean,
continue...
not roll call, vote. A roll call vote, sorry.
On the motion to continue this item to the May 7th meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sims?
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member David? David, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant?
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Great, so at this time, we will be continuing this until
May the 7th.
May 7th. Mr. Pitt, did he leave? I can't say. Oh, Mr. Pitt, so May 7th is when we're going to continue this till. If you could be in contact with Mr. Young, just to let him know that you're back, and we'll be prepared for that meeting.
All right. Can you send me some email? Can you send me like an email as to where to forward this information to? Because I prefer to send it to the whole body instead of one person.
Mr. Young, he will forward it to all of us, and you just emailed it to yourself, right? The email?
Yes, I will send you the Sunshine Orange Task Force email address, and once I do receive that, I do forward it to the members directly.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you for coming, and we will see you in May.
Do what I can.
And Member Pilpel will still reach out to HSA, he's just said. So at this time, since we are a little bit past 5, I'd like to go to public comment on issues not on today's agenda. So you have 3 minutes, and...
Okay, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and my battery must be acting up because this camera is really acting quirky, so I'm going to try and get everything in that I can real quickly. I was here for your special meeting on the 30th. I told you what the problems were. I want you to know that I was not contacted by anyone, the administrator, nor anyone here in regard to the rig procedures. The fact that when I went down to the administrator, I got no response. I do believe that in Sunshine, this should be handled differently, for full transparency, but I'm glad that you're showing everyone how it doesn't work, how you don't respond and everything else. Also, I want to be here, but I'm not going to be here for the minutes that guys are going to approve, because in the November meeting of 2013, the minutes say something that's not reflective of what I said, which once again proves that you guys just sanitize, whitewash, in other words, just basically fix the intelligence of what is said, even in Sunshine, so it's not reflective of the accurate total truth. This, as I've said many times, is the way that the commission obscures things and everything else. There was videos on YouTube of what I said in the November 2013 hearing. It is nowhere near reflective of what is repeated in the minutes down here. As a matter of fact, I think it says something about me basically alleging, an IDR that wasn't meant. There was no allegation. There's actually 3 IDRs that weren't met that have been scheduled, the 14,000 series, that won't be heard within 45 days, but naturally I also won't be able to follow up with the administrator because nobody's been able to answer that or anything since the last meeting and my, bringing these facts up. Do I expect you to answer now? You didn't the last time? Oh, we're back down to 113 again? We can play this same game all over again. This battery is still holding out. Thank you, Lord. Basically, that you don't follow any of your rules. This 14,000 series, I got notified January 16th, means that within 45 days it had to be heard by the end of February. It's not on this agenda. This is the February meeting. The next one's going to be in March. So apparently, even your own rules don't apply. But I'm so happy to be able to say this, so that I can post it on YouTube to continue to show everyone the farce of the Ministry of Sunshine. I've said my parts about Mr. Pitts. I believe everybody else in public comment has, told you basically you found jurisdiction. I mean, it's just one excuse after another for failure here. It's a real shame that in Sunshine, what is supposed to be the bastion of the truth, unadulterated, clear, clean, concise, everything is obscured with this labyrinth, this dance, and this non-accountability. And as I've said before, I don't even get a response from the administrator when I go down. I don't expect to get one again, but it's going to be on YouTube. You're forewarned. Thank you. Have a nice day. God bless.
Members of the Task Force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. On October 22nd of last year, I was recognized as the next speaker as I was approaching the podium at the Board of Supervisors meeting. I shouted out the word Gestapo because of the presence of 2 deputies standing in the middle around Mr. Peter Warfield. At that point, the following statement was made by Board President David Chu. I don't think we will allow public comment for the next speaker. Now, I don't know anywhere in the United States that any rule or law of a committee or whatever can suspend the constitutional rights of an individual. And this was done without discussion with me, discussion among the Board of Supervisors members, any chance for appeal. It was just basically, we're going to do this. And then, because I wouldn't quietly submit, I was put into handcuffs and taken from the chamber. Now, we all know David Chu is a lawyer. He's got a Harvard Law degree. And he must have some familiarity with the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. And he also must be aware that there is absolutely nothing in any rule or bylaw or anything else of any committee or board in this city that allows them to violate someone's First Amendment rights. Now, I'm going to show you what I feel is the most current applicable law. This is from the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit in the case of Norris versus Santa Cruz. And this is the applicable paragraph. When you read this paragraph, basically what it says is an interruption or an outburst, which is what was my word was characterized, has to actually interrupt something. As I was approaching, Mr. Warfield had finished his comments. I was approaching, and I decided to shout out my first word. I don't think there is any rule that says I have to wait till I get to the podium and use the microphone to speak. It basically says you have to really interrupt something. So if I stood up in the middle of one of their hearings and shouted something in an interruption, but when I have been recognized as the next speaker and approaching the podium, then basically I am the person who was interrupted. This is the attitude that many of the boards have here. They will find some sort of a pretext, and I mentioned this to you in the hearing last week about the police commission. I mentioned it to you about the library commission, where the president of the library commission filed a complete police complaint. And this is an ongoing pattern, and I think Mr. Chu, with his statement, really proved it.
Thank you.
I am both a gay blogger and a transparency activist. I'm here today in part because these meetings are not broadcast on TV. I believe that sunshine equals life. I believe that this Sunshine Ordinance Task Force needs to get publicly active about finding a way to either get city funds to air these meetings on Channel 26, or to approach groups such as the SF.City private group, which is all these big tech agencies, and get the equipment to start live streaming these meetings. I'd really like to see leadership from the task force that is looking at all the different ways you can get little devices that are quite cheap and start letting us see what is going on at the meetings. Written minutes are not enough. The other matters I want to address are I've been having a terrible time with the mayor's office regarding some public records requests. And I believe that there is an attitude throughout this building that sees an advocate such as myself who knows how to make a request as an adversary, almost as an enemy. When they claim they do not have any documentation, they're like, thank you, goodbye. They make no effort to help you figure out what information may be available in terms of things such as funding for an office under the mayor's domain. I'd like to say that the 8 supervisors I recently surveyed to give me their calendars, gave me their calendars, regardless of what it says in the ordinance about which city officials must keep a calendar. The 8 supervisors, and I blogged about it, they gave me their December calendars because they are public documents. And I think that is terrific. And I singled out all of these supervisors for praise as a great step forward with voluntary transparency. That is another area I think that this task force should be promoting. Voluntary transparency within city agencies. Finally, today I've learned that the Swedish Foreign Ministry, regarding their gay fund, has a website full of reports on how they have spent their money. I mention this because it is a great example of how a government puts documents on the web related to their guidance, and I think you should look at it as an example to follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to go on public record with what I think was a mistake at the last full meeting of the task force. First up, a subcommittee does fall under the city charter guideline with having to follow the same rules that any other committee would follow. So if there was a problem with the posting of minutes, it was not, as David Pilpel interrupted me and suggested, that the Street Artists Committee did not have to follow the same guidelines as something else because it wasn't included in the city charter. That's not true. So that I had 3 matters on last week. One, an order issued, it was clear and straightforward, but the one I'm speaking of, my due process rights were violated. They held a hearing at the street artist level to revoke a permit without giving me adequate notice when I was in the hospital. When I made every effort to tell them that, they said they were going to post my response and the letter to the hospital, and they didn't do it. So I feel that the information that David Pilpel kind of put forward was incorrect. There's also another thing. In the second hearing that I had, the response that wasn't in your packet and that I did not receive until I was standing up here last week, that was highly suspect too, because I only filed the complaint on the 23rd of August 2013. The letter dated was August 9th. It already had a complaint number attached to it. So I find that a little highly suspect, and I would request in the future that anytime the Arts Commission submits a response, that they give you proof that they submitted it and also copied me. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment on something that wasn't on today's agenda?
Thomas Piccirillo. First, let me say that, the last matter on your agenda.
I'm sorry, let me just interrupt you. You can't talk about things that we're talking about today.
I wasn't.
You said the last today. Well, I'm just telling. I'm
Please
sorry.
don't interrupt me.
I'm just telling you the things that you can't talk about.
I'm well aware
Right.
of the
So you
sunshine
said what was on
ordinance.
today's agenda. So I just wanted to make sure we were talking about something that wasn't on the agenda today. You're more than welcome to go on. I'm not.
You need to fill vacancy 1, which is a seat held by a lawyer. You're getting bad legal advice from non-lawyers on your task force, and vacancy C1 is clearly needs to be filled. Secondly, I would concur with the previous speaker about this task force should be publicized, should be televised. That might incentivize you to read your packet material before you commence your task force meetings. In addition to that, the mayor has a ex officio seat on this board that hasn't been filled in 4 or 5 years. I urge the task force to send a letter to the mayor expressing to him how important the Sunshine Ordinance is and the task force that attempts to implement it is, and request that he appoint somebody in the ex officio seat. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment on matters not on today's agenda?
Well, I'm just going to remind you that while you're talking about and dealing with policy and procedure, we read these laws, and we know these laws, and several members of the public are lawyers, so we understand law and policy and procedure just as well as this body does. So I just want you to be respectful of the community. This is a community of people that are filing these complaints. We want a government that is respectful and some type of integrity, and that does right by its citizenry.
Is there any more public comment?
Yes, I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I did want to say that the members of the public have said some very important and valuable things just now, and often, if not always, do. And in fact, it's the members of the public comment who pretty much drive your meetings and bring to light problems that you're in business to deal with by filing the complaints. And I think you should be giving them every respect possible. Ray Hartz's concerns are very serious. I think that the lineup that day might have contributed to his difficulties because it was Mr. Chafee first, me second, and he was up. And perhaps they didn't want 3 library critics in a row at the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Chafee, also a longtime sunshine advocate, a person of impeccable behavior and credentials, was arrested and removed from the chambers by David Chu some time ago, and then eventually carted off after being held in City Hall to the Hall of Justice, as I understand it, and was given a certificate saying he actually wasn't arrested, but of course he was. The library's enemification campaign also had a police report filed by the president of the board of the commission, and so Mr. Hartz was visited by some police over what he said. At the same time that the library commission president said in her police report that she was intimidated, the library commission's recording, which was posted online until it was taken down, showed her laughing when she thought the meeting was over and saying she knew 12 people who could basically do away with Mr. Hartz, and she said other very explicitly threatening things. At the last meeting of the Library Commission, she also introduced what she basically said were their lack of tolerance for bad behavior on the part of the public, when it is she who you have found in violation, grossly in violation, and the Ethics Commission told the mayor 2 years running that she should be sacked. I think there are 2 things that I wanted to particularly bring up, and that is the tremendous delays that are happening here with complaints. I requested the status of a complaint I filed in October, 3.5 to 4 months ago. I was told there were 27 or 28 complaints ahead of mine, which means maybe it'll be heard in 10 months. And your outlaw procedures, completely without any procedures written down for your mediation. There's no justification
Thank you very
for
much.
it, and there are no
Time's up.
procedures whatsoever.
Thanks. Is there any more public comment? If not, public comment's closed. Victor, can you go to item number 2 that was on the agenda?
Item number 2, file number 13024. Education Outreach and Training Committee has referred file number 13024, Mika Ringel against the Planning Department for allegedly failing to provide requested documents associated with the proposed development of 480 Patrol Avenue.
So I'd like to ask the chair of EOT to give us an update and let us know why this was brought back to us.
Sure.
Thanks.
So we originally heard this back in October, found a violation at that time, sent it to the Compliance and Amendments. They heard it in November. It was sent back to the task force. The task force sent it to EOT. EOT heard it not as originally scheduled in December because planning did not attend, but in January. We attempted to clarify with the complainant, Mr. Ringel, and the respondent, Mr. Ionin, for the Planning Department, that they would do a further search, and I must apologize. I agreed to write a letter, which I have not yet written to Mr. Ionin at the Planning Department, confirming the request of the EOT committee to do a further search with particular search terms and for a particular date range, and that we believed at the EOT committee of this task force that might satisfy Mr. Ringel's particular request. Whether or not that disposes of the matter completely before the task force and would not warrant a further referral elsewhere is a matter for the full task force. It was our intention at that committee meeting in January for that letter to go as soon as possible, although it has not yet gone, and to allow the Planning Department a reasonable amount of time to either decide to conduct that search and provide any responsive records or not, so that the matter could be before the full task force for further disposition. Since I have not yet written that letter, I understand that planning has not moved forward with a further search. We can hear from both the complainant, Mr. Ringel, and Mr. Ionin from the planning department, assuming that that letter is necessary to move the process forward. I will recommit to doing that, and I was going to respectfully request for a continuance on this so that we can get that letter out and planning can do whatever it's going to do, and then we can hear the thing further. But we should hear from the parties and then decide how further to proceed.
So just to be clear, so everyone understands, nothing has been done since EOT. Since we heard at the full task force, you then heard at EOT.
We did.
Nothing, you were committed to writing a letter to do more search terms?
We actually
Why?
heard it first in December without planning being there, and then in January with planning being there. It appears that planning did do a diligent search. It was not necessarily a timely search, but I believe, and we'll ask them to confirm in writing, that they did look for current email, paper documents, and electronic documents, PDFs or Excel spreadsheets and that sort of thing, and provide them to Mr. Ringel. It appears that they did not do a search for either. It's not clear if it was emails on a previous system or it was deleted emails for certain planners with particular search terms over a particular date range that Mr. Ringel was looking for that were, I believe, he suggested material to his review of the matter. So that's...
So subsequently, since the full task force heard that?
Right.
'Cause it just sounds, if I remember this, that they were looking for these items through IT and all that,
Right.
and that they had tried
did
to?
one subsequent search and provided a CD at the task force meeting. We saw that, but that was an arbitrary date range.
Got it.
And did not, and was slightly off on the search terms, and so it didn't appear to us that it necessarily captured all of the potentially responsive records. We'll hear further from the parties
Okay.
to clarify, but that's just my
Through the
statement.
chair,
Member Highland?
Mr. Proto, I just want to confirm that at the second meeting where there was a member of planning present and we asked them to do a further search and that we would back it up with a letter.
Right.
Is there any reason why they shouldn't have performed that search regardless of the letter?
We'll hear from Mr. Ionin. I believe that they did not want to conduct the search until they got the letter from us confirming the terms that Mr. Ringel had suggested, so they didn't have to keep searching.
I seem to remember, I don't have the notes in front of me, but I seem to remember it was pretty clear the additional searches that were being requested.
I thought it was 2, but...
Okay, I just want to state that for...
No, I understand. That's
the task
certainly
force
arguable.
members.
So let's hear, so let's hear from the two parties, exactly. Mr. Ringel?
Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes per meeting.
Excellent. Welcome to the 6th Sunshine Ordinance Task Force hearing on this matter. The first Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in October. Respondent did not show up. Ben Fu and Don Lewis, the primary principal, people who had knowledge directly related to this. Instead, Lulu Huang, the office manager, showed up and spoke on their behalf. Lulu Huang assured you all that, as she assured me, that she had given everything, that I had been given everything, because that is what the planners had told her, but she did not know the full scope of the information requested, as I had repeatedly, and I outlined for her exactly what I was looking for several times. An order of determination was issued on unanimous motion. At the second, which was not complied with. At the second Sunshine Ordinance Task Force hearing, which was the Amendments and Compliance hearing, Don Lewis and Ben Fu did show up, along with one of their supervisors, and then proceeded to tell this task force that a city attorney told them that they did not have to provide the documentation. The Amendments and Compliance Committee agreed to extend it back to the full task force, and the planning department was told to immediately comply. At the last full task force hearing, at the close of the hearing, which was November, it was ordered to the EOTC committee, and it was dependent on planning showing up at that hearing, and that it was going to be like 4 days later or something. So they had to agree that they were going to show up in order for... They did not show up. So this is the last time I've been with the full task force. So we had the hearing with just me, and I thought I was coming back to the full task force, but I did not. I was called back to the January EOTC hearing, which planning department, someone new, Jonas Ionin, who is the victor of the planning commission, if you will, and he proceeded to say, everything that's already been said, I've already been given everything, etc., etc., etc. There's nothing else to give. He actually said, and I would encourage you to go back to listen to the audio, because he said some things which are really troubling to me going forward, which is, this is the last time we have to call DT. We don't want to make a habit of this. Well, unfortunately, if someone needs records and they're retained at DT, either the planning department has an inefficient backup policy, which they need to address, or they're going to need to start calling DT. But my case has been open almost for a year now, as you all know. So welcome to the 6th Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. If you have not read this latest brief, this is really where I'm at. This is my last attempt for you all to do something. To me, you have two options. In general, it is to help people get the information requested. That has not happened. It kind of has happened, but as far as the last EOTC hearing and the letter, I'd like to settle that. At the very end of my section, I was told to provide at that hearing, and orally was made that what is the information that you wanted them to search for, and they agreed to specifically do the search. And then there was something about my item is going to be continued, and I wanted to find out why. Wait a minute, what's going on? I didn't understand. Was there a motion for that? I need to be at this hearing. And I then saw, after the packet was issued, that Mr. Ionin, on behalf of the planning department, said, until we get a letter from Sheriff Pilpel, we're not going to do the search for DT. Although that was expressly made a requirement, and anyways, please read my briefs if you haven't. It's ironic that Member David isn't here, and so I want to play some audio of Member David's comments from last hearing, which even if he was here, I was going to play. A lot of you have said some very strong things about this, and I appreciate it. But this is troubling to me, and so I hope this works.
Actually, I see this very respectfully.
Wait, we can't hear it.
The planning department on this case is really...
Honey, it's at the bottom. It's on the bottom of the phone.
Thank you. All right, so he just said the planning department in this case is very unsympathetic. And then he continues.
That's a very unsympathetic case. The planning department provided Micah with information the day after was the last day for him to file an appeal. That just looks, through the prism, whether it was purposeful or not, looks terrible. It just looks bad. I have to say that I agree with Member Pilpel that I feel that it is in the planning department's best interest on this case to go above and beyond to prove that you guys are trying to be as cooperative with Mr. Ringel as possible. Because right now, it does not look good from my point of view, and perhaps from my colleagues' point of view up here also, that this looks really suspicious. And so...
Not saying that it is, but
it's appearance of being very suspicious.
I think that's enough. I think...
Can I just summarize the last thing he said?
Yeah.
Which to me, I've thought about a lot, and that was, I'm really, truly bothered by this, and I don't get bothered easily. And from the little I've seen of Member David, I would have to say that that's true. He seems... Anyways. And for him to say that those words, really, although many of you have said strong words, it really got something. And he went on to say, you need to do the search. And so as the last letter here says, There were 3 search terms, and I was supplied a list of people, and they were pretty simple search terms. 480 plus Potrero to bind the two. They were 2011.0430 plus asterisk. They all repeated it several times. And so the letter from Chair Pilpel was in addition to, he said specifically, I will try to. And at this point, I'm asking you all to please make an order of determination. And if it can be comprehensive of the history that I've gone through, and I'll even help write it, or whatever, if anyone has any questions, but I sort of need this because it is going to have to go to ethics, and it will probably have to go elsewhere. As much as I've invested in this, I would like you all to do it, because there has not been. They haven't contacted me even since then.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here wants to offer any support with Mr. Rangel? I mean, yeah. If not, then I'd like to invite what's his name? The respondent, Mr. Ionen.
Madam Chair, may I recommend we give him additional time?
Yes, I am, if you so need it or so want it.
Through the Chair, Jonas Ionen, Director of Commission Affairs with the Planning Department. I've been recently appointed to this position, and as part of that, my responsibilities include the official custodian of record for the Planning Department, which is why I'm before you today. As stated at the last hearing before the Education Subcommittee of this task force, I represented the Planning Department and agreed to do a second search with the Department of Technology for emails that were no longer in our possession. Okay? I will still stand by the fact that the Planning Department feels strongly that we have fully complied with the Sunshine Ordinance with the requester's original requests. However, to appease this body and to get off on the right foot before you all, I agreed to make a second search. However, I do respectfully disagree with the direction of the subcommittee that Commissioner Hyland paraphrased, because it was very clear to me at that hearing that Commissioner Pilpel made a motion that was seconded and voted upon by the subcommittee that they would draft a letter specifically addressing what the search terms would be and whom and what the date range would be in order for me to comply with that request. I waited for that letter, did not receive it. I received a notice from Mr. Young as far as appearing before this body, and I immediately responded to him saying, we haven't received that letter. So even if we received it today, it would be very difficult to comply with because we have to go through another agency. We're no longer looking through our files. And so I just wanted to touch on that fact, on the fact that we delete non-substantive emails. And our record retention policy clearly states that we're not required to retain non-substantive emails. And so I feel what we'll be searching for and retrieving will be just that. In fact, if there was a specific document that we were looking for, it might be easier to provide. But it's just sort of this random, all the emails from these people between these dates. So I'm not even sure what we're looking for, to be honest with you. I'll just end it with that. And I would respectfully request that this matter be continued until the subcommittee complies with its own motion and providing us with clear direction so that we can comply with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone here in support of the respondent? Mr. Ring? If not, I'd like to open up to the task force members. Member Nee.
Mr. Ringo, please. What requested information have you not received?
I can grab the book, or you could look at the brief, but I was told to write a letter. We agreed at the EOTC hearing that they would perform a minimum of 3 search terms, and that I was to provide the search terms and the accounts for them to be searched on, because somehow the EOTC committee just didn't want to comply with the actually original request that was given. But it was specific, and I sent it the next day. It was sent to, if you look at the letter that's there, and there was a little bit of a question of whether, after I made my complaint, if I was entitled to that information, even though I had made several requests for the information after that. And so it's there. It's a list of names with 3 search terms. I'm looking for the correspondence. I know it exists because of the previous search term that showed all of the emails that they went through for the accounts, but overlooked because of how the searches were performed.
Okay, pardon the interruption. Just to clarify, you said you sent a letter a day later? A day later than what? A day after what?
I was told the second EOTC hearing, I was told at the EOTC hearing that I would provide the letter. Member Pilpel did not need to provide the letter.
Okay, so it was a day after the last EOTC hearing that you sent the letter?
The very next day I was told to, and I did, and I sent it to Mr. Young. It's in your account, and it sent it to him. And in that letter, if you read it, it said, in the event that the information post filing of the Sunshine complaint was not included to this time, then here is an immediate disclosure request to Mr. Ionian serving as, it's right there. I actually did it modeled after a real lawyer's letter. And so from modeling those things, I can't have a 7th hearing. And so I appreciate your all's efforts to get me the information. And so I feel like I'm hoping that you all will do, as Member Oka said at the first EOTC hearing, we have a job to do, let's do it. Out of frustration, I believe. We can go over what the issues are. I believe you all know that it is substantive information I'm looking for. I believe you all know that there has been no compliance.
Yes. Member Nee? Member Nee?
Yes.
Did you have a question?
I do have some additional questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Newman, please. When did you become custodian of records for the planning department?
Officially in November 12th is when I was appointed.
November 12th. And to whom do you answer?
I answer to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Not to the planning director?
The Planning Commission is actually technically my boss, and the Planning Commission delegates all of their responsibilities, or not, I shouldn't say all of their responsibilities, some of their responsibilities to the Planning Department.
The respondent in this matter is the planning department. What is your relationship to the planning department?
I am the custodian of records for the Planning Department.
And for how long has that been the case?
Well, it would be 2 months now, or well, almost 3 months maybe.
All right. So again, I ask you, to whom do you answer at the planning department?
I don't. My direct supervisor or my direct boss is the Planning Commission.
Okay. Then why are you here responding for the planning department?
The Planning Commission is above the Planning Department. In other words, they are virtually one and the same.
Who at the planning department should be named as the respondent in this matter?
I believe it would be the Planning Department.
And who heads the planning department?
The Planning Director.
Okay, and then that person is?
John Ram.
John Ram. Okay, now, I don't know if you want to speak for Mr. Ram on this, but the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force issued an order of determination on October 23rd. The order of determination included instruction to the planning department to release the records requested, if not provided on the compact disc, release to the complainant the day of October 2nd. In other words, whatever records were not on the compact disc that the planning department released to Mr. Ringel on October 2nd, those records were to be provided to Mr. Ringel by within 5 business days after the order of determination. That would have been October 30. So, my question now is, why was it not done?
It was done, actually. We did request a search through the Department of Technology. Apparently the search terms, the date ranges, and the persons that we searched was not satisfactory.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. Ringel say that he sent you the letter with the search terms. That's not good enough for you?
Well, that's not the direction I received from the subcommittee. But I want to be very clear about this, because I did, in fact, receive his letter. The direction from the subcommittee through a motion was for them to draft a letter directing me what those search terms would be and what those names would be. The names and the search terms that were forwarded to me by Mr. Ringel were not consistent with what was presented at the subcommittee meeting. There were some, but then there were additions to that. So I just wanted clear direction from your subcommittee so I could comply fully, because I don't want to delay this matter any further. I think it's exhausted both this body, my department's resources, Mr. Ringel.
Member Popo, can you clarify? I'm sorry, were you finished? Okay. Can you clarify what you committed to? And was what the motion was, or was it that was a secondary in your mind as the chair of that committee? Was that secondary?
I apologize that I didn't bring my notes with me. We have some members here who were present who can also verify there was a motion made. I didn't make it. Someone else made and seconded, but it was unanimously passed to refer the matter back to the task force, to request that planning do an additional search, and I believe that we would confirm the terms and the time frame and the details with a letter. I'm not sure if in the particular wording, if initiating the search was dependent on that letter, or if that letter was merely confirming the discussion that we had at the committee, and I understand that that is important. And so I think that, to be clear, we should send that confirming letter, which has not happened. I acknowledge that. And that planning should have an opportunity to do that, to either do the search that we're requesting and provide any responsive records, or not, and suffer whatever consequences. And even if they do that search and it yields something or nothing, the task force still has the matter before us, and we could still decide, and may well decide, to refer the matter due to noncompliance with the original order. And I also wanted to say, I'm expanding beyond answering your question, to Mr. Ringel's point, I don't believe that we would be in any position to make a new order and find additional violations. That's not what we do. We've already made an order, we've already found violations, so we can attempt to get Mr. Ringel the stuff that he's looking for, which I think we're trying to do, and we can decide whether or not to refer the matter to another agency, which we may or may not do, but those are both things that are within our purview. That's my longer answer?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. And I guess, as someone that wasn't there, it just seems that when we talk about transparency, and if someone was there at the meeting and he knew what you guys are asking for and taking notes, it seemed like they might begin that process. And I know that you're saying you want to go by the book, this and that, but it just seems like if you kind of heard that in the meeting, and I understand maybe not getting it from Mr. Ringel to be clear about what the EOTC was asking for, and I know he didn't give that letter, but I know that they said it in that meeting from my understanding of what the search terms and things were, right? Yeah. Is that correct?
It was pretty clear, but the letter that we got back from Mr. Ringel the next day helped in naming names, but it also added an additional term that we had not talked about, this Potrero plus Mariposa, and I believe that, somewhat to planning's credit, or at least on the record, I think planning is and Mr. Ionin, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think planning did indicate that they're willing to do, they're not crazy about it, but they're willing to do one more search, but they want it to be one more search and they want to get it right. And so I think their hesitation was that they didn't want to do it at Mr. Ringle's direction.
Which I agree, this letter,
right?
I
But
agree.
they wanted to do it at our direction or suggestion.
Which you
et cetera,
did not
et cetera.
do the
right.
letter
so
yet.
they want to get it right.
Got it.
And that's
fair.
And reasonable people can disagree on what that means. But
Got it. Vice Chair Fisher?
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in real quick. I even sat in on that committee. I filled in for someone. I've been at all 6 of your meetings.
I'll put one in.
5 out of 6, close
5 out of
enough.
6, yes.
I chaired 2 of your meetings,
Yes.
and, we can go back and forth, and it was pretty clear to me what needed to be done. Broken record here. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you at 3 out of the last 4 meetings. What do we do now to make you whole?
To make me whole, I need an order. I need an order saying the planning department has, because if you look at the order of determination, only 2 of the 4 counts it says they were not guilty of the other 4. And I need a willful order, and I actually need for the task force to refer this on. It is willful violations for not complying. There has been no effort, and every time in between hearings, there have been no efforts. As far as the task force did try to comply, and they may have subsequently required, they did not comply with my request. The request was for 480 Potrero, and they put in Avenue, and they spit out the words Avenue in quotations, and they limited the search terms, and on the servers, I could see from the metadata logs that the files existed for the planners back to 2002 or something. And when you upgrade a server in an email account even to a different platform, you port it because you need access to that information. And so the planning department has put up every time, nope, haven't, yes, we will here. We'll give you the same information on a compact disk that we've already given you. And so as much as they would like to say that we've already complied and there's nothing else left, the question is, then why at the CD I was given here in front of you all at the last task force hearing were there 7 emails for Ben Fu? Why is there always less and less or different information? And I've been pretty clear about what I wanted, and they were very simple, 480 Potrero, and then the case number. And anything, I have done everything I've needed to, and you are doing... I understand you're wanting to help me, but to help me now, you all will be losing jurisdiction. I mean, I have to escalate this at this point. As much as, in closing, board member Nee withheld his vote at the first hearing, but he reserved it in the future to change it. And he didn't at the Amendments and Compliance Committee, but as soon as it went back to the second task force hearing, he did, it was... At some point, there's a level here, and I'm asking you to do what... You can still help me try to get the information.
So you don't care about the information as much anymore?
I absolutely needed this information. I needed it when I was 5 days away from the Board of Supervisors hearing. I needed it when I was a week away from the Board of Appeals hearing, and then for them to even give me minimal CD, finally running the search, which they hold on to until the hearing. As soon as they had it, they should have given it to me. And on that, I look at it, and it shows more than substantive information. And so they have not complied. They were then told, we'll send it to EOTC. Then they don't show up to EOTC. Doesn't this bother you? You all order them to the EOTC and say, on our you have to show up. At the first EOTC hearing, I thought at the end something was going to happen. I was going to come back to you guys for that order. And instead, I went through another EOTC hearing, and now I'm back here. And now they've changed players again. And as someone who's constantly said, the actual planners needed to be here. They are the ones who withheld the information. And so I don't want this to lose. And if they want to play the game of planning commission and then we'll change if it's Lulu Huang or if we'll change if it's Jonas Ionin, it's all planning. I mean, it is all under the umbrella of planning. But then, anyways, these are willfuls. This is a game. There is information they do not want me to have, and they know I need it. And so, no, I do want the information. I will get the information from a writ of mandate in SF Superior Court, room 302, I think, by ex parte.
One other question.
Or by the ethics.
Okay, thank you.
One other question. You mentioned you're at the end of the rope.
There's no more rope.
do you have another meeting or something that you want to have this information for? Just to give us a timeline here.
Sure, because the planning department has withheld this information while pushing the project through the approval process, which is absolutely deplorable, the project became final on the administrative level. Even if I could say to the Board of Supervisors or the Board of Appeals, here's the information, they can't do anything about it. So there's legal action in SF Superior Court.
When did that happen?
When did I file? I promptly...
When did it go final?
Oh, when did it go final? After the Board of Appeals releases hearing, there's 10 days to file a rehearing request. Without the information I needed, I couldn't. It was like the day after that was the EOTC hearing, the first one, which you were at, Member Highland. And that was, I think, when they gave me the... It was right after I couldn't do anything with it. Here in San Francisco. I mean, so now I need the information for discovery purposes, basically, so that, in fact, yeah.
You don't even have to explain to us why you need it.
I also want it because I'm giving it to journalists so that they can see there is such a story here.
Okay. I'm going to interrupt you so we can, because it doesn't matter why you want the information.
No, I get it.
So I know you're passionate about it. I understand.
I do want this information. After 6 hearings, there's other complaints.
Yes, exactly. Member Oka has a question or comment?
Actually, this has been a source of frustration for me because I was not able to attend the last EOTC meeting because I was on jury duty. So, but it's my view that this should have been adjudicated much before this. We shouldn't have come this far. As far as I'm concerned, we had enough information to send it to ethics months ago. So, I don't know why we're dragging our feet. In my view, it's not necessary, totally unnecessary to ask for information. We already know what is needed. Let's get this going. Let's enforce it. Let's get something enforced.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments or questions? No?
Seems like we're at a catch-22 here.
Wait, say it again?
It seems like we're at a little bit of a catch-22 here. We want to put our stamp on this and have those search terms run, and then decide on willful, and then forward it. How quickly can we do that if that's what we want to do?
It depends when the letter goes out. So that letter would have to go out immediately, and after that, you have to allow them enough time to do that search, which is what you decided. I don't know how much time you'd have to give them, how long it takes to do those kinds of searches.
I hate to say this, but
10 days.
I'm of the opinion that it's willful regardless.
But still, if we want to get through the procedures, you know what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying, but you can still do that, but then we haven't done our part, and we haven't issued the letter into the formal stuff that we need to do to make it move forward.
Do we have to do that? Does it have to come from us? Why not, can this be perceived as more detail of his original request, which was every email, every communication, every et cetera from A, B, and C? This is just a more detailed version of that, and therefore they still need to answer this in this form. I mean, I would be persuaded to see it that way and not have to go through this extra letter writing exercise and have him lose more time.
Well, he did say he was going to do it, so that has to be done now. So that is something, he can't not do it now. As the chair of EOTC, you have to, you need to get that letter in. So from that, it is up to the commission to, to decide what they want to do. If there is a motion, if you want to continue it, we need to have something on the floor. But before we do, remember, you have a question?
No. Let's
Okay.
finish the hearing.
Okay.
Through the chair, if I may. I mean,
Yes.
It sounds like if the direction of this task force is to have this go to the Ethics Commission, then we shouldn't waste any more time. Well, I'm willing to comply with this last request. I'd love to receive the letter so that it's actually very clear. But if the intention is after we get the information and furnish it to Mr. Ringo through this task force is to simply send us to the Ethics Commission, then I don't understand why we need to wait.
Well,
I think... question? Did you want to go first? Member Washburn? Sure.
No, what I wanted to say is I feel very strongly that this matter should be referred to ethics now. I mean, it was clear from the beginning. I think Mr. Ringo was very clear about what he wanted. This is a discrete project, and finding everything having to do with that discrete project should be searchable. Those documents should have been found and provided to him in a timely manner. They weren't, repeatedly weren't given to him. So I think we can do two things. We can refer this to ethics now, and we can also have Member Popel write the letter specifying in all detail what's needed, and so we can get the information to Mr. Ringel. But we can't let the egregious violations, willful failure to comply with our order, willful failure to give documents on this project to this member of the public. We can't let that go. And so I think we should do both things quickly, simultaneously. Member Sims.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's not, as the, I guess, respondent would say, if you're going to go send me to ethics, just go ahead and do it now. I think what it is the past behavior is of such that it's the cumulative effect that creates the members of the task force wanting to send it to ethics, not just this one discrete situation regarding whether a letter was sent or a letter was not sent. I think that we do want to send the letter, and we do want to get these documents so we can get them as soon as possible. But I think that when it comes to the cumulative violations and lack of transparency and lack of being responsive to his multiple requests, I think that is something that is referable to ethics.
Okay, at this time, do you want to, you get 3 minutes. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. You get 3 minutes if you'd like to just do any kind of concluding remarks.
I don't want to take up too much more time, but Commissioner Sims, I appreciate that because I fully understand it's the past actions that are taking us to the Ethics Commission. It's not the responsiveness to the OTC or whatever it is. And as the new appointed custodian of public record, I have to bear that cross. So.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ringel, do you want to have any comments? You have 3 minutes.
I sent the letter. Chair Popel, if the letter is the question, you can just write ditto. He said he will try to send the letter, but it was explicitly told, they were agreed, we all settled, we went left, 2011.0430, he said, I think the asterisk would confuse things. I was like, no, you have to put the asterisk, it is a wild card, we went over this. And I wrote very clearly in my letter, well, the search was to be done. Chair Popel said he would try to write a letter, but I don't believe he committed to write a letter. And if so, it wasn't even needed as far as my complaint goes, as far as I feel. But, okay. Section 6721E, the custodian of records has refused to comply, failed to comply, and incompletely complied with this records request. Section 6725, in spite of the previous order of determination, there has not been an immediacy of response. Section 6726, withholding has been at a maximum. Section 6727, there is no jurisdiction for the continued withholding of these public records. In Section 6734, their failure to comply has been willful, and therefore the matter will be referred to the Ethics Commission for investigation of official misconduct. I'm offended by their actions. And I want to say that I'm here as one person, but I volunteered for my neighborhood group. And so it's not me, it's the Mariposa Utah Neighborhood Association. And I thank you all very much. I've learned a lot through this process.
Thank you very much.
Just for the record, I wasn't at the last meeting, but I'm just reading the draft minutes here. And it says clearly, the committee requests the planning department to perform an additional email database search for 480 Potrero and 2011.0430.
Is there something about the letter?
No.
So that's, you have to be interpreted. Is that the motion that was the draft? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to publicly acknowledge Victor, who's awesome. He even replied at 8 o'clock p.m. with his iPhone to a question I had about scheduling. So I really appreciate that.
He is awesome.
Yeah, awesome.
Yes.
We love Victor here.
Okay, at this time, I would like to know if there is a motion.
I got the silent
Did you have a motion? Okay. Member Vilpel?
Why don't I try the continuance, and we'll see if that gets anywhere, and if not, then we'll do the substantive thing.
Yeah, make your motion.
So this would be a motion to continue 1 month to the March 5th meeting, with the understanding that the letter will go, they will have an opportunity to respond or not, however they do it, and the matter is still before us for potential action to refer at that time. So that's a motion. It needs a second or dies for lack of a second.
Can we amend it to the February 25th meeting? Or is that a special meeting therefore?
We can.
What's
we're going to talk about that later in terms of scheduling.
How about the next meeting?
Yeah, the next meeting.
I'm open to that.
Sorry. I don't understand the need for the continuance.
Well, I can explain that.
Yeah, do we have a second? If we don't have a second.
Amend that February 25th?
For the next meeting.
Fine. I move to continue to the next available meeting.
Is there a second to that motion?
Member Need, do you have something?
There is no second.
The motion dies. Would anyone else like to do a motion? Member Washburn.
I move to refer this matter to the Ethics Commission for willful violation of our order of determination dated
October 23rd.
October 23rd. This would be willful failure by the planning department. So I suppose we have to name the head of the planning department.
I will second that.
Is there any addition concerning the request for additional search?
So Member Oka. Okay, so now we can do discussion. So it's been moved and seconded. We can open up to discussion. What about Member Purple, the idea of doing that motion, doing it simultaneously? Member Washburn, you had suggested earlier about sending a letter to ethics, plus making sure that he had done his letter.
I'd like to see those as two separate motions. I think they're entirely different things.
Okay. Member Popa.
So I agree that they're entirely different things. I know that the one thing needs to happen, and I'm certainly open to the other thing happening. I'm concerned that if we refer it to ethics tonight, two things, that we lose jurisdiction in terms of trying to compel planning to comply. We can certainly request, but they're under no obligation because we lose jurisdiction at that point. And secondly, in terms of making a referral, we have been advised in the past that we can only refer an individual, not a department, and we can only refer an individual who's already been notified of the hearing because it becomes a due process issue. And I believe that only Mr. Ionen has been notified of this hearing unless there's something further in the packet on the notice that I missed. And so we would not then be able to refer Mr. Fu or Ms. Wong or Mr. Ram, who's the department head and ultimately responsible for the records, or anyone else at planning. And so that's, I think, a problem, and maybe we need some advice on this question of due process, because we've been through this before, most recently on Dominic Mayaki.
Could I ask, at what point we lose jurisdiction? When
Once we refer it.
Once it's referred or once it's heard by ethics?
Well, isn't it once we refer it? It's once we refer it to once my letter goes out. But so, delay the letter, you said?
Yeah, until you comply.
Yeah.
So that's his point, is that then in that, we did that.
If we delay a letter until after they've complied, then if they've complied, it sort of puts a lie to the idea that they have not complied. That's why we've got to...
It's
The referral to ethics is not based upon the compliance of... The referral to ethics is not based upon solely this incident. It's the cumulative incidents. In my view, at least. I don't know for other members of the task force.
And it's in their interest to comply with it, and then ethics may take that into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, ethics may take it into consideration and say, okay,
on the record, basically.
Yeah, but they should. Ethics should know about the full course of conduct of this city body.
I agree.
A city agency.
No, I agree with Member Sims. That's exactly the way I'm thinking about it. I mean, we had willful failure for a number of months after we issued the order of determination. So our orders of determination either mean something or they don't mean something. And I think that we can do both things simultaneously.
Yes.
And if Mr. Rangel gets everything this evening, it still will not affect the willful failure for so very long.
Why don't we do the motion on the letter first and vote on that, and then do the motion on referring to ethics committee, just so that there's, that is done. And
Yeah, I have something real quick. Sorry, I broke up the cases individually, but on page 22 of 35 of this case, for this speaks to what Mr. Member Pilpel was saying. For this meeting, I'm looking at Mr. Clerk's notification, receiving this notice, named as a complainant, respondent, et cetera, and on it are Ionin Jonas, that's Mr. Ionin, Lulu Wang, Don Lewis, and Ben Fu. So they're all on here. So they're all properly. So if that goes to our notification issue, they were all notified on here.
So that deals with that issue. There is a motion on the floor that has been second. So we did discussion. I'd like to open up for public comment on this issue.
Yes, I very, very strongly support the motion. Clearly, there was an order of determination in October. And you should not allow a subcommittee to overrule or vitiate the order of determination. When this motion was made in the Education Committee, I think I was there, and I opposed the motion for the same reason I'm supporting the motion that's in front of you tonight. And I congratulate Task Force Member Oka for initiating the discussion about the willful disregard of the Sunshine Ordinance by the Planning Commission and Planning Department. Members of this task force know they have an egregious history of not providing documents. What's in front of you tonight is not only Mr. Regal. It's all other people who want documents from the Planning Department. And you need to send a message to the Planning Department that the behavior is not acceptable. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment on this issue?
Yes, Peter Warfield, the previous speaker, is quite right. The Planning Department needs to be real clear about what its duties are under Sunshine when it receives a public request. I think it's appalling that there were 6 hearings and still, order of determination, definitely. As for the loss of your powers to continue with this, should you go along with this motion, and would like to thank the maker and the seconder for making it. I think the planning department has been playing games. I think it's pathetic that a member of the public has to give precise syntactical instructions for exactly the wording of a search for something that, as Member Washburn said, is quite clear. I want to see the file. In olden times, it was real easy. There was a file on this case and a file on that case. It had a name, it had a number. This is computer obfuscation of the worst kind. Well, gee, I don't know what to look for. Could it maybe be this or could it maybe be that? It's preposterous. The planning department has a lot of staff and a lot of responsibilities and a lot of legal exposure, and they, in general, in my limited experience with library matters before it, they have to be and generally are extremely well organized. And if they can't keep these files and take a request to provide everything related to this project, they have a serious problem, and probably they're just playing games with you. What I was saying about your fantastic powers, you have powers like a fly in the room, buzzing around, perhaps annoying to the planning department, but look how far have you gotten so far. So I think we should proceed as the motion suggests. Certainly support it. And I don't see any reason why you can't continue to pursue it with letters from EOT or anybody else. Section 67.30 of the Sunshine the Ordinance Task Force says, C, the task force shall advise the Board of Supervisors and provide information to other city departments on appropriate ways in which to implement this chapter. I think that means you can tell the planning department what they ought to do. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment on this issue?
Yeah, it's very tragic that this guy might have to go to court just to get basic information, and he should be provided from this body. I just hope there's no jam up regarding this notorious letter that should have went out. I think that Renee, you understand the history with the Ethics Commission, and I just hope they don't decide to jam y'all up because of this letter that went out. I'm sure they've created less reasons to jam this body up before. But, from what this guy is saying, it's they're playing games. They're being very capricious. I mean, I think there's no real intent or desire to provide this information. It's really like a Lil Wayne or a thug mentality. Like, I don't give a F, just go to ethics. That's what he's implying. And they're just, we delete emails if we think they're irrelevant or not irrelevant. I mean, so to me, it's not his decision or anybody in that body to decide what email is relevant or irrelevant or whatever word he used to just delete it.
Is there any more public comment? If not, I'm going to close public comment. Victor, can you take a roll call vote? Member Washburn?
I have a point of information for Member Pilpel. He was wondering whether it was proper to name the director of the planning department in our referral to ethics. And the order of determination was CC'd specifically to the planning director. And the order of determination was to the planning department. So I think it's altogether proper to name Mr. Rahim in this matter. It might shake things up a bit, perhaps.
So do you want to amend your motion? Did you
No, I said it should be.
You said his name?
Yeah, I
Okay.
said the director of the planning department. We have to name, when we send something to ethics for
Yes.
willful failure, it has to be a person. So, I think it's proper to name the planning director. He was notified of this order of determination.
Okay. Member Popa.
So I just want to clarify to Member Washburn through Mr. Young and Deputy City Attorney Carla, what names are you including, and are we okay to include those names? Because names matter here.
I thought for something like willful failure that it had to be the department head. I'm not altogether sure about that. But the department head would be the person who has the responsibility for the department, and the department is what is named in the complaint and also in our order of determination.
Well, okay, before we reach that, maybe, and I appreciate Member Fisher's catch on page 22, the email from January 21st with the notice of today's hearing. So, at a minimum, are you suggesting that Mr. Iona, Ms. Wang, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Fu are on the list?
I would have to defer to our DCA because I'm not sure whether those individuals who are supervised by the planning department, whether they could be named. I don't know. I'm just going by what I recall from past referrals to ethics, that for something like willful failure, which requires a human being to willfully fail, we can't just name an entity, we have to name people. People who have some responsibility.
Okay, and I guess just to reinforce, I'll comment in a moment on my view of the motion, but I think the task force is on better ground for because they got notice of the hearing. I think anyone else, Mr. Ram or others, I don't know if we're on as good ground from a due process perspective, and to the extent that the referral might result in, something adverse to their employment situation, I think they have a due process right, and I want to hear something about that.
Madam Chair, we have been debating this endlessly. I think that bottom line is the director of the planning department is responsible for what happens in that department. He should be named as the respondent in this case.
But he wasn't.
And the end of subject, I believe. There is no doubt that there has to be somebody named to refer this to ethics.
Absolutely.
That person is the director of the planning department, in my view.
Okay. Can you read the motion that is on the floor right now? And let's take a vote, and people can decide.
The motion is to find willful violation of the order of determination of October 23rd, 2013. That is all I believe the motion states so far.
Okay, and I thought you were saying, Member Washburn, you have to...
No, I was saying it was a willful failure to comply with the order of determination of October 23rd. It was a willful failure by the director of the planning department. But I wanted to, through the chair, ask our DCA.
Well,
I want this to work. I want to give us the best shot at our referral, so that it isn't kicked back saying we named the wrong person or this person wasn't given due process. I mentioned that the order of determination went to he was CC'd.
Well, I think from a due process standpoint, in order
to make sure that the referred party was afforded that due process. You just need to make sure that, I think it would be fair that they were named in the complaint, or that they were given ample opportunity and notice of this hearing and the opportunity to appear and contest the matter. And I think you're within your right to name any party that meets that criteria.
So everyone on that email, and he was CC'd on that email, and we will direct that motion. Is that what you're saying, to the director only?
Well, I didn't
The
see
head
the
of it.
CC on that email.
Oh, we did.
Okay.
The director's not on here.
the director's
I've got
not on there.
Ben Fu. Who's Don Lewis? Don Lewis, thank you. We've got Ben Fu, Don Lewis, Lulu Huang, and Jonas.
So that was the problem.
Okay, so there might be a problem here if he wasn't CC'd on the email, the notice of these hearings.
Yeah, this was the Tuesday, January 21st email.
Well, isn't this, if we name him now, isn't that adequate as
No, because he wasn't notified before. So it's kind of like out of the blue, we'd be putting him in there. That's the process. It would get kicked back. So,
And I'm sorry to pour some more on this, but the Ethics Commission has a different standard for both for willful violation and for not, and for department heads as opposed to non-department heads. And the presumption changes and all that. So if the extent to which somebody hasn't... I agree with you to the point of trying to have this stick as much as possible, and that's why I'm trying to make this work. And in the past, the Mayanki thing and other things, we've continued for several meetings to try to get right, and we still haven't sent that referral. So, it's... I mean, that's why I'm in the position of saying I would rather wait and do it right rather than do it quickly and risk it not being enforced. And I understand that's a minority viewpoint here.
Member Washburn.
Okay. I think it's important we get this right. I think that I do see just an egregious failure to respond to the order of determination. I don't fault Lulu Wong. I don't know about the planners, but I also don't want to send something to ethics that's not going to fly. So now I'm leaning towards, and I hate this, I really hate this, I'm leaning towards, let's notice the chair of the planning department to come here at our very next meeting, and before that, produce these requested documents and explain to us what in the world happened here, and hear from us about this failure to comply with this order of determination. I don't know if that will work, but I want this to work somehow.
Yeah. You finished, Member Oka?
This is now bordering on the ridiculous.
But what's your solution? I understand that, but just give us an alternate.
You know something? Why are we afraid of what's going to happen? Why do we not just do it? What is wrong with sending something to ethics and letting them deal with it? The head of the department is the person that should be named. He or she or whoever it is needs to take that responsibility. We are finding a violation. Why are we so afraid to send it to ethics? Let them tell us what they feel. And then we can deal with it on that basis.
Member Nee.
Ask for Mr. Ayonin back to the microphone, please. I will state that you came into your present position in November, is that correct?
That's correct.
When did you first become aware of this order of determination?
Probably shortly thereafter.
So you've been aware of it since November?
I can't give you the exact date of when I was
Approximately, but for a few months.
I've known of this case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor that we can vote for unless you'd like to amend it, or if you'd like to withdraw it.
Can I throw in one other thought?
Well, the motion, Madam Chair.
Yes, Member Nee.
Motion
thank you.
originally would have named Mr. Rahim as the responsible party here, and then that part of the motion was withdrawn. So,
Was it actually withdrawn?
No, she didn't withdraw it
No,
yet.
I was thinking out loud. I was agonizing out loud.
That motion is still on the floor.
So we're still discussing.
Which remains unnamed. That was the issue, because Mr. Young had it a willful violation, but then Member Washburn had asked that the head of the department be named in that, which is what, the whole discussion now is because...
Is that where the motion stands now?
Yes.
Can we still discuss this?
Yeah, we're discussing it. Member Highland. Well, hold on. Yeah, it's second. It's moved and second. We're just going to discuss.
Let's say, just as a theoretical, if the motion was withdrawn, we start a new motion to send a letter, name Rahim in the letter. Hold on. And then at our very next meeting, potentially refer it back to ethics. Now, it does give planning a chance to comply, and therefore, now they've complied. Now are we on firm footing to send it to ethics or not? That's one thing we have to consider. Right now, we are. If we give a chance to comply, we're on less firm footing, I think.
Well, I mean, it's taken so long, so...
Or cumulatively, there's been a lot of transgressions, so we're still on firm footing.
Yeah.
So maybe we can use this letter that Chair Pilko or Member Pilko is going to write and name Rahim in it. There's your first notice, and then we get the second notice at our next meeting, be it 30 days from now, whatever is required. And again, I hate to suggest that because we're wasting more time and miscarriage of justice and so on. However, we need to get the strongest possible watertight message to ethics.
Member Washburn.
Well, I'm willing to withdraw the motion, but I think this letter needs to go out like tomorrow, and it needs to have to Mr. Rahim, and it needs to give 5 days. It has to comply within 5 days. And so when this comes back, and also the letter should say that this matter will be heard before the full task meeting at our very next meeting. And then we can, hear him out, but then it'll give us a chance to confront him and say, this is what's been happening in your department. And we think this is a willful failure by your department to...
Would it be fair to also reference the fact that we're considering sending to ethics in this first letter as additional notice?
If we can do that.
Well, we could do that. Yeah, let's just be, straightforward, firm. This is how we're thinking about this. There was this order of determination back on October 23rd. It was not complied with. Mr. Rengel has been here 6 times. And this is what we need from from you. You have 5 days, 5 business days to return to get us this information. And you will come to the next hearing.
I like that.
So if this,
I'm going to formally object to this proceeding. This is not proper. I do not believe this is proper. And I want it on record.
Great. That's on record.
Point of order.
Member Nee?
If a motion is withdrawn, does the second also have to withdraw it? If the second refuses to withdraw a motion, does it remain on the floor?
You haven't withdrawn it yet, have you?
No, I said I would be, I said I'm willing to do it if these things happen. So I'm trusting that I'm seeing.
The seconder does not.
Okay, so procedurally, under Robert's rules and all of that, I think the motion can still be before us, and someone probably not me, because I'm going to get killed one way or the other here, someone can make a privileged motion to continue the matter, which would still leave the underlying issue before the task force, but to continue the matter to the next meeting.
Or we can vote on this, and it can see if it will pass.
Well, that,
Which is the
I
other
understand that,
option,
but
too.
if it, but normally a motion to continue, that's why it's a privileged motion.
The second, yeah.
It takes precedence to a substantive motion.
You know what? I want to end this. So I want to take a vote on this motion right now. If that's what you don't want to do that, he's not going to withdraw his second.
Right. I think the motion, though, if we can continue it, this motion, which I think is a good motion, is still before us. We would not. I would be unwilling to vote against this motion, even though I think I've been convinced by our discussion that we need to send a letter first, because I want, in the end, this all to work out for everybody here.
So what's the solution? What do you want to do?
Okay, all right, so I will try again to renew my motion from earlier to continue the matter, which includes the motion that's pending, to the next available meeting, which would be February 25th. We can take this as the first item, and I will add further to that to clarify that I will draft the letter tonight, share it with Victor, send it to Chair Grant, so Chair Grant and I can co-sign the thing so we can have it be as strong as EOT asked for it, and put more into it, notifying the director, suggesting that they're at great risk of being sent to the Ethics Commission one way or the other, but we're still asking them to comply, to provide the records, to do the search for the original period, for any period subsequent to whatever it was, March 2013, and within 5 business days, we expect them to, all of that language and more, whatever we can do, and then it's back before us for whatever disposition we want to give it at that time, with full notice to all the possible people. I have no problem naming all those 20 people and
Okay, so let's move this forward then.
That's my omnibus motion. If there's a second, and if it passes, great, and if not, then we'll do something else.
Second. Vic, did you understand what was just said?
I did not.
And that's what I thought. Right. Okay. Can you say it in a motion, make a motion, how you exactly would like it to be read, including Member Washburn's motion and adding on what you want to do in addition?
Shall we be specific about the date? So it's continued the matter to February 25th, with the understanding that a letter is going to go out immediately or pretty darn close to planning, with notification encompassing
to the head of planning.
To the head of planning with copy to to both of them, to all of them.
Just be clear, Just be clear though.
So it's continuing the matter, and it's sending a letter with notice. It does all the things that we just talked about.
And it's been second.
And it was second
by Member Need. Do you have it, Victor?
This motion is continue the item to February 25th, and to send notice to the planning department naming the department head. Is this concerning search term only, or is this concerning the continuation of the motion?
The EOTC, what his additional request was, plus what Member Washburn had asked for earlier.
Motion to continue this item to June 25, 2014, letter of the planning department detailing the search terms, and to notice them of continuation of the motion to find willful violation, and to ensure that the item is noticed to the department head of the planning department and other relevant parties.
And in 5 business days is the first part, that the letter will be sent and the planning department needs to respond within 5 business days with the request, respond to the request in 5 business days.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Why don't we make it say the planning department needs to comply with the instructions in the letter within 5 business days?
That's right. Thank you. I see you. Give me 1 second, though, okay? You got it?
Yes.
Okay, great. So it's been moved in second. I'm going to open this up for this new round of public comment. Mr. Ringel has something to say.
Point of order.
Oh. I'm sorry, I don't have to.
He's a party in interest. He's
Oh, yeah, you know what?
public comment.
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry. I can't. Next. Yeah.
I strongly oppose the secondary motion by Mr. Piper. What he's seeking to do in the next 30 days, you can do after you send the recommendation for willful violation to the Ethics Committee. You may lose jurisdiction on finding other orders, making other orders of determination, but you can still send a letter subsequent to sending this to ethics for a willful violation.
Thank you. I have a question for the speaker. I'd like to come back. What about giving him, since you're an attorney, share with us your knowledge. What about
Since the deputy city attorney is not engaged tonight, I welcome your question.
Okay, so what about the problem of not giving the director of planning adequate notice?
I think he should let the Ethics Commission make that determination for two reasons. Number one, the referral to ethics is sending a message to the planning director. All right? And secondly, you simply could have asked the respondent that showed up tonight whether or not he showed the planning director the order of determination or discussed it with him. So you wouldn't have this issue of did he know or did he not know. If you ask the respondent, did he show the order of determination or discuss it with him, that occurred in October, and he says yes, it's pretty easy. Clearly it's a willful violation by the planning director.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any public comment on this new motion?
Peter Warfield, I agree with Member Okan. I think it's ridiculous. You sent an order of determination to, it's not clear who it was sent to at the top, but there was a CC sent to John Rahim, Planning Director, Planning Department. He was notified. The law says the willful failure of any elected, 67.34, the willful failure of any elected official, department head, or other managerial city employee to discharge any duties imposed by the Sunshine Ordinance, et cetera, shall be deemed official misconduct. You sent him an order of determination, and he did not comply. And you don't go around saying, oh, gee, this agent or that agent. He has sent this person this time to represent him. He is the planning department. He's the head of it. If a policeman unlawfully shoots somebody while on duty, we do not sue the individual policeman, although that may also be possible. You sue the department. If the city runs somebody over unlawfully or improperly, the city gets sued, not the individual who drove the truck or the vehicle. It is preposterous to niggle about this and that and the other, and gee, who was properly notified of this piece of the action or that piece of the action. Once Mr. Rahim got the complaint, let alone an order of determination, it was his responsibility and his final responsibility to take care of it. Whether he gets somebody that he hired yesterday, and gee, I don't know anything at all about this, and oh, gee, I was new to this. You don't have to go tracking down how much did he know and when did he know it. Mr. Rahim got the order of determination. And he is responsible under the law to take care of it properly, and he hasn't. Now let me say something else about it. Delay. Justice delayed is justice denied. It's an old phrase. Even if Mr. Rahim would fly in here on the back of Superman and bring everything that's been requested, the planning department Could you stop the clock? I would like to address all the members, including the chair.
The planning department. We're listening.
I'm here.
We're listening.
I'll wait.
That's right here.
to
I said even if he would fly in here, the head of planning would fly in here on the back of Superman, Ms. Grant, and provide everything that was requested to the complete satisfaction of Mr. Ringel, they still have violated the law. They did not, for month after month after month, comply with this order of determination. And it's a very bad policy of this body that it's done before, unfortunately, that you allow people to flout the law and then come in at the last second and you say, oh, it's okay. That's wrong. And that's certainly wrong as a message for this department and any other. So I urge you to take on the original motion of Ms. Washburn. This agenda says there's a ruling against the planning department and there's action and discussion contemplated. Mr. Rahim knew or should have known that this meant he could be found in violation and in willful violation and be referred. You've notified properly, and go ahead with the original motion and not yet another favorable to planning department delay.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment on this? If not, public comments closed. I'd like to take a vote on this secondary motion. Can we read?
Yes. On the motion, Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no.
Can you read it one more time for...
Before we do that, Madam Chair, may I ask something? If we vote on this motion that's before us and it doesn't pass, can we reintroduce the original motion?
Then the original motion is back on the floor.
Back on the floor.
So what exactly are we voting on now?
We're voting on the amended one, or the, what did you call it? The privileged one. The privileged motion. The one that, he'll read it right now, which added that, basically the continuance, whereas the first one was just sending it directly to ethics. So he's going to read it.
More before we do this?
Well, no, he's going to read you what it is. So just so we can be clear. Victor?
The motion is to continue this item to February the 25th, 2014, with the letter to planning to comply with additional search request for information with search terms.
Within 5 business days. And the second part?
And the second part is we are continuing the motion to refer to the Ethics Commission for a willful violation for failure to comply with the order of determination dated October 23rd, 2013.
Okay.
Before we vote on that, just to make sure we're clear, Member Washburn has not withdrawn her original motion, correct?
No.
Okay. On that motion, Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Washburn?
Pass.
Washburn's passed. Member Philpell?
Aye.
Philpell, aye. Member Sims?
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland?
No.
Highland, no. Member Oka?
No.
Oka, no. Vice Chair Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant?
Aye.
Aye. Member Washburn?
Doesn't matter at this point, but
Yes, it
No.
does matter.
no.
That if the motion fails, it's tied
Motion
4-4.
fails.
So it's tied, so the motion will fail. So your original motion is on the floor, so let's take a vote on that.
Can we reread that, please?
On the motion to find willful violation for failure to comply with the order of determination dated October 23rd, 2013, I do not believe that we have named a party yet, or are we naming the planning department head?
The planning department head, because he is on the original order of determination.
Yes. On that motion,
Can you put his name? His name is on the original CC.
that would be Director Rayam.
We're still, just wait, let's read it. So can you read it again? How's
A
it?
motion to find Director Rayam in violation of for willful failure to comply with the order of determination of October 23rd, 2013.
Okay.
So,
I have a question.
no.
No, hold on one second, one at a time. Member Philpott.
So if we're adding John Ram, notwithstanding the fact that he wasn't named, or he wasn't notified of the meeting tonight, are we also adding the other four names? Because I didn't hear that specifically, and I just want to know which names, and then I'll reserve the right to do something further on this.
I think when she first read the motion, she's
I
the
didn't.
director of planning.
No, I never intended to name Lulu Wong and the others in this referral to ethics. I believe that it's the director of the planning department who is responsible. Yes. And he was notified, he received the order of determination. I also wanted to say that we can refer this to ethics now. We can also do the other thing, send the letter.
We can do both.
We can do both. I think we should do both.
So there's this motion on the floor. Let's take a roll call vote, please.
Can you reread that motion?
The motion is to find Director Ram in violation, Director of Planning in violation for willful failure to comply with the order of determination of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for October 23rd, 2013.
And send to
And to refer the item to the Ethics Commission.
So I just want to, we're going to vote on this. I just want to explain my vote for a second, and whatever. I have two problems with the thing, and so I intend to vote no. One is that Mr. Ram was not notified of the meeting tonight, and I think it's a bad idea and arguably illegal for us to be making a referral where someone has a due process right and they haven't, under the specific circumstances, been notified because they could suffer an adverse consequence to their employment as a result. And that's a responsibility that we have, whether we like it or not. I'm not saying that we can't make a referral. I believe that we can. I think that we have a process that we need to follow, and we didn't do that for Mr. Ram in this case. And secondly, I am certainly convinced that the planning department has committed a violation. The task force already found that violation. I am on the fence about whether it's willful, and one of the reasons I wanted to see the letter and a response to the letter is that helps me understand better whether their violation is willful in character. And that's why I intend to vote no on the motion before us at this time. Thanks.
Member Highland, did you have something?
To the second part, Member Philpott said, remember we're separating capacity, and we're looking at cumulative willful. So the task force folks on that.
Great. Can we take a roll call vote?
On that motion, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Philpott.
No.
Philpott, no. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. Motion passes.
Great. So I will get a letter to the board, to the Ethics Commission out. Regarding the second issue, is there a motion that's to be made about the letter? The second, the EOTs did the letter? You are going to do it? Okay.
Do we need a motion?
Do we need a motion? Okay, what were the two parts that we were... Okay.
I will write the EOT letter, and you've got the referral thing in the queue. That'll happen whenever it happens.
Okay, so you'll still do that tomorrow? Okay, thanks. Okay. At this time, I'd like to take a 10-minute break, and I'd like to come back to the next item on the agenda, which will be item number
5.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Victor, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Item number 5, file number 13043, complaint complaint filed by Cecilia Hairston Omadi against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating the Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.24C, 67.25A and C, and 67.26 for failure to respond to requests for information on May 6, 2013 and June 24, 2013.
Okay, I believe Member Pilpel has something. Disclosure?
A disclosure to make. As I read through the materials, I'm certainly familiar with a number of the individuals at MTA. I don't know that it rises to a level of a required disclosure under the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, but I would note, for example, that Paul Chahowitz, who I believe was the hearing officer for at least one of the subject hearings, he and I worked very closely together when he worked for MTA long ago and far away. Member Oko was also a member of the board for a period of time. I don't think any of those facts and circumstances will prejudice my participation in the matter. As I said, I don't know that it rises to a level of a required disclosure, but I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. All noted.
And I'm sorry, there was one other thing I wanted to say, unrelated to the substance of the complaint, and presumably we'll get to that in a bit. I was very troubled as I looked through the packet of material. I don't know if this was material that was submitted by the complainant or the respondent or how we address this, but we've got items in the packet here that include lots of personally identifiable information, the complainant's home address, driver's license, social security number.
She provided?
Okay. Even if the complainant provided that, I think we should examine, and Mr. City Attorney, if you could take a look at this in the future, what our obligations are to redact information that goes out, particularly as packets are scanned. I don't think that this is all on Victor, but I certainly wouldn't want, as part of a complaint that I or anybody I know filed, to have my or anybody I know's social security number provided in a public record that's disclosed, et cetera. I think that's problematic. So I think we need to look at what obligations we have to redact materials that are provided, however they come to us in a packet. So I just want to put that up.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee.
The task force's position on such matter, on the matter just raised by Member Pilpel, is already long-standing and firm.
Open.
And that is?
The information provided in correspondence with the city is a matter of public record. If there is a specific request for redaction, that's one thing. If the task force has reason to believe that not redacting a certain piece of information might jeopardize somebody's personal security, that's fine. But a blanket policy of redaction, we have decided is against sunshine.
Madam Chair, I would like to state that I did redact the Social Security card and the driver's license where I did notice it.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Let's get to this next issue. I don't believe either party is contesting jurisdiction. Is that clear? First of all, is Miss Hairston Omandi? Okay, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure. You're here, and then the representative from MTA? Great. You guys aren't obviously not contesting jurisdiction. Okay, great. I'd like to call for a motion, a second, to accept.
Also move.
Second.
Great. I'm going to declare this motion passed.
Public comment.
Oh, yeah, public comment. Public comment on jurisdiction? If there's not, I'm going to close public comment. And I would like to pass the motion without objection, and declare the motion passed without objection. So at this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Hairston Omandi up. Hi. And you have 5 minutes to give us the particulars of your case.
Start now?
Yeah, you can go. Go. So you can speak whenever you're ready.
I'm sorry. This is
That's
my
okay.
first time doing this.
Oh, that's okay, but make sure you speak in the microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I am here today because I have submitted 2 letters, one May 6th and the other June 24th, asking questions about my position as an operator or non-driving status person, and I have not received those answers to my questions, only 2, and that was number 8 and 9, and the rest of them, they were not clear of, the answers were not clear on my questions, and and on March 28th of 2008, I did read in my division files, the Patrol Division, that a letter from the city attorney stating that I will be on non-driving status and that I cannot never drive or exercise my seniority. And I do want a copy of that letter since it does exist. I want a copy of the letter.
Okay.
And I have not received that letter yet.
Okay.
Right along with the other questions that I have asked that has not been answered.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell us about your case that you have a lot of time about specifically maybe what you haven't received or?
I haven't received answers to my question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 10, 11, and 12. I have not received a letter or anything. I've sent letters to Ed Lee, the mayor, and Ed Redskin, and it was until I said I was going to the Sunshine Task Force. It's getting some attention. My letters are. Other than that, it was like laid to the side and ignored.
Okay. Okay. Do you have anything else you want to say right now?
I don't.
The process will be that we then invite the MTA to come up and respond, and then we'll open it up for any questions that the members might have of you to get more clarification on stuff.
I probably would then after.
Okay, so that's fine. Thank you.
These are your 5 minutes. If there's anything you want to talk to us about, what's been missing, maybe suggestions on how we could help you, this is your 5 minutes.
I want the letter from the city attorney, and because I'm being disciplined on the same infraction over and over again, and when I'm given instructions and orders from the division superintendent, there's nothing put in writing. You're forcing me to do things that is out of my classification, but yet you're not trying to correct the problem on non-driving status for 7 years. And I'm not able to exercise my seniority by signing on a run. And I just learned the other day that the city attorney says, we don't care what she does. We want to cripple her. We had to pay for this lawsuit, so therefore she has to be made to suffer. And basically he's succeeding. I'm basically financially crippled because I'm not able to exercise my seniority. And there's nothing in that letter, in this April the 7th, 2007 letter that states that you cannot drive. Only thing they complied with in this letter was 30-day suspension. Other than that, and that was it. But it never said anything that I couldn't sign on a run. Later on, they amended it, changed his contract with the arbitrator. He changed it. I didn't agree to that. That was something that they did. He changed it. All I asked is for why I can't sign on a run. There was nothing in my stipulation, April 7, 2007, says that I cannot sign on a run. So everything that was on that letter has not been in my favor, nothing. I did the 30-day suspension. That, they followed. Other than that, there was nothing else followed through. And I want to know what gives the arbitrator the right to break this contract, because this is basically, to me, a contract. And the arbitrator came and he broke the contract. And I signed a few times. Other than that, that was it. So my seniority's been violated for 7 years.
So just a point of reference, here, our job is to try to get you the documents that you have asked for.
Yes.
So everything else, is not really pertinent. We want to know what you want, why you're requesting it, is it legal, those kinds of things. So that's why it's important that you're really clear to us what it is that you're asking for. So, like these questions and the privacy waiver and things of that sort that when I read through the case, I saw there's some things that are...
Well, I submitted the documents because I didn't want to alter the documents by removing anything out of the documents, because then it makes me look like I'm doing some fraudulent. So I didn't, as they were given to me, that's the way I presented them to the sunshine. And I know there are some private information in there, but like I said, I didn't want to alter anything.
Okay. So my question was what documents are missing? What can we as a task force still give you that you want?
I want the letter, the side letter for the city attorney that I read in my personnel file at the Patrol Division. I've seen the letter, and I had a chance to read it before they knew that I was reading it. And I want that copy of that letter. If you're going to discipline me and have me doing things out of the classification, then put it in writing. And no one's putting nothing in writing. I've taken, and the arbitrator told me I have to get a non-revenue job service because I can't drive no more for the city. Okay, I put it for parking control officer. Mr. Ellison said that I can't drive their vehicles, but that is a non-sensitive safety position. It's not a safety position because it does not require a Class B. It requires a Class C. So I've been denied that. Anywhere I go, I'm denied this, I'm denied that.
Okay. So this is what you're requesting, these information, this letters and things like that for.
To my question, I want a letter to each one of my questions as to why.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. So you'll have time we'll come ask you some more questions, so give us a moment. And I'm going to ask if there is anyone here in the public to support. Yeah, you can step aside for a moment. That's okay.
Yeah, you sit down, but don't go too far.
Is there anyone? Yeah, you can stay kind of close by. Anyone here to support any of the complainants' remarks? If not, then I'd like to invite the respondent, MTA, up. Hi, and you two have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm Caroline Celaya, the manager of public records for the SFMTA. I basically coordinate when we receive a request, getting that out to the correct individuals within the agency. So I don't actually manage the records because obviously there's too many within our agency for one person to manage. So we did receive her immediate disclosure request. It wasn't a formal immediate disclosure, but we knew she wanted them quickly. Somewhere in her letter she had said the words immediate. So we did respond that it was going to take us some time to put those together, but we would do so within the allotted 14 days. Within that time, we did provide a response, and also because she had asked for personnel records, we let her know that as an employee, she could certainly go directly to HR and review her file, which she did, and receive copies of those documents that she wanted. So that all took place, and there were other documents that she was asking for that we had let her know that the process, we're told by our city attorney's office, is that when a request is made for certain files, a individual has to sign a privacy waiver. It did take her some time to do that, but she did eventually do that. And in that, prior to doing that, she put in a second request. Again, we remind her that she needed to sign the waiver. She did sign the waiver, and additional documents were provided to her. With regards to her assertion that we haven't answered questions, it's our understanding that when seeking explanations rather than records, the ordinance, the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't require us to provide explanations. If there are no written documents, we're not required to create them, and so we haven't done that. But we have responded to her request for records, so.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wants to offer any other supporting facts? More than welcome.
No, I'm just a...
No?
My name is Kathy Fowles, and I'm the custodian of records. I'm the custodian of records for SFMTA. Okay. So I'm only here to support Ms. Alea in case you had additional questions with regards to Ms. Harrison-Omundi's personnel records.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. This is your chance if you have other facts to share. So.
No, I have no other additional facts.
Until we may have some questions. Okay. At this time, I'd like to open up to the commission members to ask questions. Member Pilpel.
All right, let me start briefly with Ms. Celaya, and then I'll go to Ms. Hairston-Omundi. Yeah, that'll be fun. Okay, so Ms. Celaya, on your August 19th letter to the task force that we have at page 79, it's not such a big deal, but the Appendix B that you referred to, I think was supposed to be, that you referred to on page 79, on May 9th, MTA invoked a 14-day extension. A copy of that is attached to Appendix B. What we have at Appendix B is the May 22nd substantive response, not the May 9th 14-day extension. Just so you know, we're actually looking at this.
Okay, that may have been an error.
Okay. I assume that the May 9th 14-day extension was simply just the 14-day extension letter. There was nothing.
The standard letter that we send, and even though it was sent not the very next day, we still stuck to the rule of the due date would be the 21st, which was 14 days.
I was actually looking to whether there was anything in there about the complainant's rights as an employee, and because this gets to the employee rights and employee file versus public rights, public records issue. So I don't know if you happen to have that May 9th letter here. If not, maybe you can just send it to Victor and we can put it in the file.
Sure.
Okay. I guess where I want to go with this is to understand, and also to give some context to the task force and the complainant. We have heard a number of complaints in the past against MTA from employees, current and former, looking for records. This is not like a new topic. Some people may have seen that, but this is at least the third or fourth that I can remember. And this concept of the waiver came out of one of those hearings, but I'm not sure if MTA is using this waiver process in the way that was intended. I think we suggested it at the time in relation to the specific facts of that instance, which had to do with a manager who I think at the time had been separated from MTA, and so there were the issues were different from a current employee seeking a variety of records, some of which may be personnel records and some of which may not. So can you just walk me through briefly how you deal with a request from a current employee and how you try to separate or segregate those records that may be personnel file 6254K material versus everything else, and why you're trying to apply this waiver to the everything else, and how this notion of a unwarranted invasion of privacy relates to general records that aren't personnel records. I'm sorry if that sounds a little weird, but that seems to me like where this may be going.
Okay, I'm not sure that I actually have the answer to that since I don't manage the record, so I'm going to confer with. Do either of you?
What's your question? Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how they separate out. There's some records that are personnel records, and that an employee is entitled to review both under the MOU, under the labor code, under the other provisions, and there are other things that aren't employee files that are just like, tell me about all the buses at Potrero, or give me the MOU at 250A, right? That's not an individual personnel record that's part of a personnel file that's subject to 6254K. And I believe believe Ms. Fowlis is the records manager only within HR, so we should make that clear. Okay.
Correct.
And you've been there a while. You didn't
Yes.
just show up recently.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, yes.
How you separate a request like this that seeks to review records that are both personnel records, 6254K records, and those that are not. And then secondly, how you apply this waiver provision and how you view that whole waiver provision as relates to records that are not 6254K records.
So as far as, in this case, official personnel file records, in Ms. Harrison-Omundi's case, she could come and review anything in her official personnel file, which is retained with me in the HR division.
Okay.
Right? Is that's clear? Okay.
And that's a
then
labor
you're
code provision.
Yes,
all of
and
that.
then you're saying that you wanted to know where this waiver takes place as to what records are separated from her official personnel file?
Before I get to there, the question was when you get a large or a broader request like her original request of May 6th that includes both things that are in her personnel file, right, and things that are not, how you route them, how you treat that request.
So the first thing that I would do in this situation is I would actually review the letter. Based on the letter, I would contact the employee to have the employee first to come in to review their personal file, to see what documents are missing out of the file that she thinks may be or may not be in the file, because I would not be sure if the documents are there or not. So once she's come in to review the personnel file, then she can tell me there's other additional documents that may be missing. At that point in time, I will do a thorough search with all of the divisions in every unit to see if these documents exist, and if they do, I would request for a copy. If they do not exist, then I cannot produce what I cannot find, sir.
Okay, so, yeah, so far so good. So things that are at MTA or Muni's Central HR at 1 South Van Ness, you consider those, if they're in a personnel file, it's labeled with an employee's name and ID and all of that.
Yes.
Things that are held at the division that Ms. Chambers or others may have that relate to an individual's driving record, do you consider that to be a part of their personnel file, even if it's located at another site?
No, that's a division file.
Okay. So then help me understand this waiver. What you asking her to sign a waiver as to disclosure of what records?
Her own personnel, am I misunderstanding? Her own personnel files, regardless of if it's hers or someone else that requested it, everyone has to go through the same process and fill and sign a waiver to receive those documents, right?
The reason that we asked employees to sign waivers is because if you are going to come, just like to this task force, some of your documents are truly confidential, just as you guys discussed earlier, where her social security number is showing, her home address. These are confidential. If we are looking at records and we're sending them out to third party, we actually redact all this information.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Correct? But in order for us to provide Ms. Harrison-Omundi with the records that she requested, she had to understand that by signing this waiver, she is giving up her rights, and she's saying she understands it's going to be open to the public, and she's willing to take that chance. That's how I'm understanding it.
Okay, so so if I were an employee, which I'm not, and we're seeking my personnel file, which does not exist, and there was information in there that I was reviewing under the labor code provision that allows me to review anything in my personnel file with reasonable notice and all that, and I said, oh, that's an interesting letter, I didn't know about that, and I want to get a copy of that, am I not entitled to get a copy of that letter that's in my personnel file, hold on, without signing a waiver?
You're not releasing the records to the public. I don't know
Correct.
what you're planning on doing with the records. They're your records.
So I can get a copy of that?
Correct. You asked
Okay.
me for a copy. I will summarize it. I will provide it to you, and it will be summarized and sent to you. Either you could come and pick it up, and/or I will send it certified.
Okay. So if that's the case, why does an employee need to sign the waiver to get their own records if it's not being disclosed to a third party?
She did not sign a waiver at the beginning. A waiver, Ms. Harrison Omundi came in, reviewed her personnel file. We provided her a copy of the entire personnel file with a summary sheet for Mrs. Harrison Omundi.
Okay.
There was no waiver signed.
Okay. And she got copies of all the stuff in there?
Of course.
Okay,
She
cool.
got copies twice. She asked for 2 sets, and she received them both.
Okay.
Okay? Now, the waiver that is coming into play is when Mrs. Harrison Omundi stated that she wanted to now come to the Sunshine Task Force, and in order to make sure that the agency is protected as well as Mrs. Harrison Omundi, because she's given up her rights, she's waiving it to allow people to see this is why she signed the waiver.
Okay, so I want to be clear, because that,
Is that
as I
clear?
looked at the waiver, as I looked at the waiver on page 98, it doesn't seem clear to me that the reason she was asked to sign the waiver is so that those documents could be provided to us so that we could review them as part of this hearing. Is that what you're now saying? It was only for that reason? It wasn't for any other reason? I want to get this pretty clear.
Any other reason? I would not know of any other reason, sir, except for us coming here this evening. So
Okay.
I don't know of any other reason that you would have Ms. Harrison Omundi sign a waiver.
Well, let's see. On your attachment G, the July 23rd letter that was a subsequent response to the original May 6th request, referenced the waiver and said, since you provided us with the signed waiver, we're now enclosing the remaining responsive documents. What responsive documents were identified following the May 6th request that were not provided in connection with her review on X date here? Hold on. May 16th, that were only subsequently provided on or after July 23rd in response to her signing the waiver? What additional documents became available as a result of her signing the waiver?
If you give me just 1 second, let me review, please. Oh, I thought he said something. So it is my understanding that the additional records that was provided to Ms. Harrison Omundi was records that was not within her personnel file. So therefore, she signed off on the waiver in order to obtain those records.
So what is an example of a record that's not in her personnel file for which she needed to sign this waiver in order to review or receive copies of?
If you go back to, is it I? Appendix I?
It's page 107.
Thank you. So if you notice the first capture here, it says under the TWU Local 200. That is not part of Ms. Harrison Omundi's personnel file.
Can you give me a page number on that?
I don't have a page number.
I think it's 44 on my
My thing, it's page 108, but Appendix I, but...
That's their letter, but I'm looking for an
You need to get
underlying
to that
document.
section. You need to get to
So
that
the
section.
beginning of the documents that is not part of Mrs. Harrison Omundi's file is the first one where it shows the collective bargaining. This is not part of a personnel file. This can be obtained on any website.
Right, so why would she need to sign a privacy waiver on that?
The
What?
rest of the records, which is access to her daily assessment duties, this is not part of Mrs. Harrison Omundi's official personnel file.
I'm trying to
But
find
I
that
don't have a
packet.
page number. This is just my
Someone help
copy.
me translate.
Yes.
Okay, but before we get to her individual driving record,
Her driving record?
right, I said before we get to that, you made reference to the MOU,
Oh, I see it.
right?
Chart 54, I mean, you can look at it here.
I did not make a reference. She was asking, why did we have her sign this waiver? And I was explaining that, just like in Appendix I here, a lot of these records are not part of Mrs. Harrison Omundi's personnel file. The contract is a contract that
I
you can
understand.
obtain.
And we'll get to the question of the daily assignments, but with respect to the MOU, if that was one of the things that she was requesting, why would she need to sign a privacy waiver for that? She wouldn't?
She would need to sign that, but it was actually to obtain the additional documents besides the page that's attached to the MOU that we asked Ms. Omundi Harrison to sign for.
So was she provided the MOU and the side letters and whatever prior to signing the privacy waiver?
She was provided all the documents that we had, sir. Every document that we had that we could find within our realm was provided to Ms. Harrison Omundi.
Okay, so
So just to be clear, the additional documents that you're talking about are the letter from the attorney regarding from Alexander Cohn, Esquire, in Appendix I. So those letters that go into explanation of what, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. So it goes into that. And that was not in her, when she went to go get her original personnel file, this is what she had to sign a waiver for.
These documents was not.
Okay.
Plus additional information she wanted to provide to the Sunshine Task Force. Whatever information we provided, Ms. Harrison Omundi, and whatever she was going to release, whether it was part of her personnel file or not, she signed a waiver to say whoever she's releasing it to, we are not liable for it.
okay, but I want to try to get clear on two things in this area then. Her Sunshine complaint was not filed until August 12th. That's when it's clocked in. So I don't know what she was contemplating beforehand, but there would be no reason prior to that time, and unless she was asserting or someone else was asserting some kind of privilege, why there would be a need in connection with this task force to have a third-party release of any sort prior to that date. And we're talking about things in June and July.
Right.
Celia can answer that.
So I'm
To the best
confused.
of my knowledge, the reason why she would need to sign the waiver is because those documents aren't in what we considered the official file that's in HR. So the other documents would be those that pertain to her that exist outside of there.
Okay, so that's what I was getting to. So page
But
118, for example, this letter from Alexander Cohn in relation to a grievance of some sort, correspondence related to a grievance or arbitration, is that not a matter that's in an employee's personnel file? Is a grievance of an employee and the adjudication of an employee grievance not an employee personnel file matter and not covered by 6254K and subject to the employee's review under the applicable labor code provisions? What is it? How do you treat a grievance?
No. Excuse me, I'm sorry. This is part of her personnel file.
Okay. So under what you said earlier, would that not have been presented to her under her initial review back in May?
But it was. It was.
Now you've told me two different things.
No,
First, you said that...
No, I said everything that was in Ms. Harrison Omundi's personnel file was provided to her. An entire copy of her personnel file, including these documents, was provided to Ms. Harrison Omundi twice.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is what additional documents were only made available after she signed the waiver, and I'm still trying to get that.
I don't have an example of that, but it's to the best of my understanding, what you have in front of you is what she provided as part of her complaint. We did not provide this body with all of the documents that we provided her. We responded to the complaint and only provided the letters, the communication to her. We provided that to you to show that we were responsive. But we personally did not provide all of these documents that you see before you. That was what she provided to you, which is why I believe
The waiver.
Mr. Young redacted certain areas, because had we provided them to her without the waiver, and actually I think she got those ones directly when she sat down with HR, which is why they're not redacted, because they're part of her official file. And so, again, we didn't provide you with everything that was provided to her. She provided you with what she received as part of her personnel file. I don't know that she's provided everything to you that we've given her. I'm not aware of that. I just know that we didn't give you everything that was given to her.
Great, thank you.
So
I want to kind of, because what is this, I want to keep this focused on what
here's
she
what I'm-
asked for, and let's stay
What I'm
on
trying
track.
to understand is how MTA uses this waiver, whether they're doing it right, and whether they provided the documents that were requested on a timely basis in response to her requests of May 6th and June 22nd or so. And that is not entirely clear from the information that MTA provided as to how they responded and what they provided at the time.
So, from my understanding, and anybody can jump in, she's asking for, here are all the specifics. She said, when she spoke earlier, there were 12 things that she asked for. And in those, I mean, we can go through each one of them. Some of them were written documents of why she cannot exercise her seniority. I don't know if those kinds of documents exist. Item number 4. She said she got 7, 8, and 9, if I'm not mistaken. But, you go through number 1. I mean, we have to go through. Did she receive, she's saying she has not received 1, 2, 3, but do those documents exist, and where are they, and why did they not get them? I'd rather do it. I'd rather go through factually what is it that she did not get, and why did she not get those. So,
okay.
Vice Chair Fisher?
Yeah, is there some way we could get Ms. Harrison Armani up here to say, I need numbers?
Yeah, well,
1,
she
2,
said that,
Okay.
7, 8, 9. So I would,
Well, let's
I'd like to get
clarify
it
what she
from,
wants.
I'd like to get it from you guys about, like, when we go through what she's asked for, these 12 items. Do these documents exist? So when you look at number 1, she's saying official written documents of side letters on April 10th, 2007, the arbitrator decision as to why the decision letter was changed. And the 30, is that a document? Is that a written document, or?
So I would like to introduce you to our HR director, Mr. Donald Ellison, and Mr. Ellison will be able to answer those questions.
Great.
Good evening, good evening.
Hi.
I'll be prepared to answer these questions. And I want to point out, I spent a lot of time, individual time, I've checked my records 6 times with Ms. Omandi to discuss these documents and inform them. They do not exist.
Okay.
She's looking for explanations on why employment actions took place, but it's not a documented, it's not a piece of paper that I could hand to her.
Got it.
So,
Okay,
and
that's
that's universal. I can go through them one at a time if you like.
Okay, but which ones, because she did say that you did give her some documentation. So 7, 8, and 9, the ones that say official written, like there's no document for number 6, official written document stating why I was denied a job position.
Right. You can look across the board. There's 7 questions which she's asking why. She's looking for an explanation. Those documents don't exist.
Don't exist. Okay.
So can I jump in for a
Sure.
second? I think part of the problem that I'm having, and maybe this is more to Ms. Zelaya and is a larger issue for MTA, We certainly spend a lot of time on public records requests at MTA, you and I personally, right? I'm not one who frequently does multi-part things, but I have in the past. I'm aware that there are others. We've seen these. We've seen a number of them. When someone details requests, it would be really helpful, arguably legal, certainly better practice, to say, for item 1, see the attached records, pages 1 through 35. For item 5, we have no responsive documents to this point, right? This idea that someone asked for 12 different things, if you're providing responsive records to the extent that you found them, it's good to connect them to each individual request, and my understanding is that is not the MTA's general practice. I'm not saying that when someone doesn't number their things that you've got to number them for them. I'm saying when someone does number their things, if you've done the diligent search and there really are no responsive records because a personnel action was taken, as Mr. Ellison just indicated, but it's not reflected in a document, it just sort of happened or whatever, to be able to say we have no responsive records on that particular point would kind of help the world. Seriously?
Right.
Okay.
There isn't a legal requirement to do that. I just want to point that out.
Right.
But it definitely is helpful, and it's a policy that my boss has asked that we start to do.
Okay.
There are times when personally I'm overwhelmed with having to respond to these because we often get very many, and so there isn't an opportunity for me to be that specific, and since I know I'm not required to, oftentimes in order to meet the deadline,
there's a balance of how much time do you spend segregating things and saying this pile of stuff is your item 3 stuff.
And that's what staff ought to be doing for me so that when I get it out, I can do that. Oftentimes, staff is in a hurry to put it all together, and it just comes to me.
Okay.
And in order for me to meet the deadline, I quickly get it out to the requester because I'm looking to meet the deadline. If the requester were to say, go ahead and take an extra day or two to, put it all together, that, and if the time allows, I'm happy to do so.
It may also be that when you send this out to a variety of people and they send things back and say, I've got items for you on 4, 5, and 6, that you can refer to that because Ms. Chambers at Potrero Division, or where is she this week, Kirkland, wherever, right, she's going to only have records that HR isn't going to have. And so it's easier to segregate and respond in that way. And then the complainant the requester can tell what they've gotten, we can tell whether it was more fully complied with,
Right, and
et
that's
cetera.
definitely something we are trying to implement now. I just did that this afternoon before I came here. A large request was made, and I had to bother staff to keep asking them, what exactly is missing? If this isn't complete, you need to let me know what's missing. There was some misunderstanding. Eventually, we figured it out because I did want the requester to be aware of what pieces weren't available just yet.
Okay.
So that is a process we're looking to implement.
That would be good. Can I just ask Ms. Hairston Omandi a quick question? You referenced in your initial...
It's your first time here. Sorry, it's your first time here. Come on up. No, come back up. I was asking my colleague to wait until you got situated. Come up. It's your first time here. We're going to give you a break. Ask your question.
Okay, so you referenced in your initial comments about a side letter at Potrero Division?
Yes, side letters, period.
That you reviewed in your file?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was a date on that document?
No, I was just so overwhelmed just to even see this letter, and I'm reading it, and I'm like, oh, this exists?
Well, because when you use the term side letter, there are side letters to the MOU that are like large scale and affect all operators and parking passes and all kinds of crazy things. And then there are individual resolutions to a grievance or some other mechanism that you might be referring to as a side letter, but when I see a reference to it, I think something different. So I'm trying to understand your language and to get you the thing. If there was a particular arrangement that was made, whether it was called a side letter or called something else, if you were able to review that but you didn't get a copy, we should be able to get you a copy of that thing, and that's why I was trying to figure out if there was a date to that thing. Does that make sense?
To the side, well, I refer to it as a side letter because it's not in my personnel file at the human resource.
Okay.
It's there. And I read it on March the 28th, 2008. And
That's when you read it, or that's when it was?
That's when I read it. They had my file open, so I'm being nosy, scamming through, and I'm reading it, and it was on the city attorney's letterhead. I'm the city attorney, so I'm reading it, and oh wow, that's why.
And that's one of the things that you're still trying to get?
I want that. Yes, I call it a side letter.
Is that so? What number is that on these 12 things you've requested?
It's not on here. It's not on here.
See, and that's an issue because it has to be in the request for us to move forward on it. If there's a letter, you have to have put it in this document because right now we're looking to see what you requested and what you didn't get. That's what we do. Like we look for you're asking for documents that you haven't gotten, and we try to help you get those documents. The agencies have a right, they're supposed to give you everything you ask for. But if they don't exist, or you haven't put it on here and you're just telling us about it now, we wouldn't know about it. So that's not part of the complaint.
I call it email copies or side letters because in that letter it stated that I wouldn't be driving anymore and I'll be on non-driver status and I won't be exercising my seniority. That was on the letter. And I wrote these questions down. Why can't I get all of this? Why can't I exercise my seniority? Mr. Ellison knows that to this day I'm not exercising my seniority. Why am I being forced to do things out of the classification 9163, lift heavy boxes?
When you're saying exercise your seniority, you're saying, what are you saying by that?
He's on non-driving status.
I'm on non-driving status. Enable to exercise my seniority to sign on a run.
Okay.
He's not cleared.
So instead of I'm not making run pay, I'm making just a basic pay.
Okay. So it's not about asking questions. It's about when we're trying to help you. Like it's about what document. Like if you saw a document and you want the document from the city attorney office, that's what you have to ask for. If you know that exists, because right now.
Which one?
I can come back and do another sunshine.
Yeah, no, I know. So so that's just to keep it. You know what I mean? So you can get what you want. You got to. If you know there's something that exists, then you need to make sure it's in this document. Because right now it's like it doesn't exist. Because we're trying to deal with what document that's before us, the complaint that's before us. And right now you've asked for these things, and some of them are questions. They're not documents.
Okay. So can I use you as an example? Okay, Kid Grant, you're on non-driving status. You're not going to get your seniority pay. You're going to get a base wage. I know you're going to question that. I'm missing $2,000 a month. Different.
Yeah.
And you're going to question that. You're not just going to sit there and
no, you're right.
Okay. And that's what I'm doing, questioning. You got a right to these answers, these questions. I have a right to get an answer to these questions. And I took off in 2012 because I was so stressed out behind the SFMTA stressing me out. Then when I came back, I told Mr. Ellison the clock stopped when I was able to sign for 18 months that this bogus contract that Cone put into place. And I told him, though the clock has stopped, now the clock starts again. I should be able to sign. He would not let me sign. He would not give the okay for me to sign. So therefore, I'm at $28.97 times 8 and 8, times 8 an hour, or 8, a day.
Okay.
And when you add that up, I have seniority, making $360 a day compared to $2-something. That's a big gap. That's a big gap. And I have a right to have answers to my question. I put in for parking control. I'm denied that. And normally in the past, if you had any kind of problem where you're not allowed to drive anymore, you are given a lateral transfer. When they see me coming, they run the opposite way. I don't get any answer. I've been told I'm going to be fired. Chrissy Bohr said, you're going to be fired in June. Oh, really? Okay. Now, I've been mistreated, harassed by the superintendent. They don't do nothing for protecting me against the operators. I've had feces on my vehicle, nails under my tire, everything, my truck messed up. I even had a flat tire. They said, well, when you see him do it again, let us know. Well, you think a bank robber going to let you know he robbing the bank? He going to rob it. You got to catch him when you can.
So what I'm trying to say is that even empathizing, hearing all this, what we can do for you is get you the documentation so you can move forward and do, if you want to file a case, if you want to do any of that. What we are here is to try to get you the documentation, get you the paper. If there have been conversations or emails about the things that you're talking about, we can try to get those. But we have to, it seems like they don't exist. So then let me ask, okay, so give me a second. Let me ask, what's her name? I'm sorry, somebody from MTA. Yeah, I'm sorry, anybody. So, yeah.
You use that word.
Okay. So let's just answer her question then. Are there emails, is there documentation that talks to the fact that she hasn't been, for instance, she's saying that she wants to know about the, for instance, she wants to know about official documents of, okay, let's not do the side letters. Is there an email why she's on non-driving status? Is that information exists somewhere, written, email, otherwise, or where is that information? Because there has to be some record of why, she is not.
Mr. Ellison will be able to.
Okay, Mr. Ellison. I had to get the right person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss, so you have to stand there for Harrison Amand. You can sit down for 1 second if you want to, so you have to stand right there. Thank you. Okay. So let's try to answer her questions for us.
Okay. The emails?
Yeah, like are there emails that address the things, some emails or written or something that addresses, like for instance, I'm just using an example, that she has been on non-driving status for 6.5 years. Is there an email that says why she has been punished or whatever?
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
No, I'm not unaware of any emails that address that issue. And again, there hasn't been a request to look at those emails or look for them?
There has not been a request?
Not for the...
So you saw this and as just written documentation?
Right.
So she can go back, and we can have emails.
Yes, she can make a request for us to look for emails.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Sims.
I mean, I think she should ask a request to ask for emails.
Mm-hmm.
But, it feels like when what she's asking here, and I get the semantics of all of this, it looks that she is asking in the formal language of official written, and you're taking that as personnel files, and she's taking it as emails, documents, or any other written correspondences that deal with the topic she's outlining. And I can let you have a pass maybe today on, she said official written documents, we took that as personnel files and just personnel files, or
letters.
Official written documents that are stamped or letters that are given out. But if she comes back and she says any and all documents or correspondences related to, and you don't produce them, then I think you're going to have a problem with this body. Because I'll give you a pass today, from my view, but I think there's something you're not divulging. At least I feel there's something they're not divulging. And it may be because you haven't been asked the right way, or it may be because you don't really want to divulge, and you're not going to divulge until you're asked the right way. So, yeah, go ahead.
Because I'm going to take exception to that. There's never any intent. As I said, I got here to the MTA three years ago, and I have met with Ms. Omandi, went through these issues with her over, again, actually 7 sit-down meetings and a whole bunch of pass in the hallway meetings. Been trying to work with her. She's looking for a change from an employment status that the agency has taken a position on. And that's not for this body. She's been to the civil service. She's been through her union. There've been grievances filed. There's been an arbitration ruling. So that issue is separate, and that's not going to change, and that's what she's looking. Didn't get it from the union, didn't get it from civil service. Now she's at this body trying to get an employment status change, and that's not going to happen.
No, you're absolutely correct. I mean, that's not, we don't have that power, but we do have the power to, if she asks in the correct way, and if she makes certain requests, we do have the power to under the Sunshine Ordinance, to make you produce them.
No, I agree.
Order you to produce them.
That I agree. Sorry.
Member Popo?
All right. So having more carefully read the what I'm going to call the Chehowitz decision of April 2007, and gee, doesn't AC Transit seem easier by comparison? Never mind.
Better.
Yeah, different. It appears that Ms. Hairston Omandi was in an accident in January of 2007, and that's why there was proposed discipline, and there was a decision. The decision on page 2 of that required certain conditions before Ms. Hairston Omandi could return to the platform, essentially. And so I would suspect you haven't quite expressed it, she hasn't quite expressed it, that she may not have yet met those conditions and might never meet those conditions, and so might never be returned to driving status. I don't know that. That's not really before us, but it's sort of...
It's not.
Okay, but it's sort of interpreting the document that has been provided might, in fact, yield the answer of why, to the question of why she's been on non-driving status for 6.5 years. So...
I want to be careful with my response with that.
Okay. And there's more to this story. Right.
You know,
So again, the issue before us is really only what records did she request, and did MTA do a diligent search and provide those requested records on a timely basis?
Exactly. And it seems that the thing that we were talking about is the fact that it might be the semantics, as Member Sims was saying, that she asked for written documents of things that don't exist, but there might be emails and things of that sort. So we don't know, but, you know, when she was asking for the letter, she said she saw a letter from an attorney or something. You know, she needs to ask for that, and I see that's not in this complaint, so you guys aren't addressing that. So I feel that that might be the next thing to help Ms. Hairston Omandi, is being really clear and specific in what she's requesting and go back. And as Member Sims said, after that, you know, maybe we can continue. I mean, I'd like to get some input from everybody, but maybe with these new kind of understanding of what's necessary, Ms. Hairston Omandi, we could go back and put in another request and be really specific about what it is that you're asking for. And then if you don't get an answer, because right now what you're asking for, it's explanations and questions and things like that. You need to be like, I want this document. Like you said, I saw this letter from this attorney. I want that letter. So, and if they don't produce it, then, you know, then there's an issue, and then we can really start saying, does this exist? And you can say, I saw it, and we can kind of make a determination that way. And other specific documents that are related. You have to ask for a document that states something, an email, you know, was there a phone, anything, I mean, anything that exists that is pertaining to your case. You have to be specific. So that's kind of where I am right now at this.
So the language that you may want to use is something like, you're requesting from MTA all records related to your personnel, to your employment with MTA that have not already been provided to you. So then they will go do another big, you know, sweep with the broom and see if anything else falls out, and if so, presumably make it available to you. It just doesn't seem to me right now. I still have issues with how they're using the waiver, and we could talk about that or not.
Yeah.
But it does not appear that MTA has deliberately withheld information. They have given you a bunch of stuff. You've asked a bunch of specific questions. When you ask specific questions, they either give you specific answers or don't, and they could do a better job of saying we don't have anything responsive, but you haven't made a broad request for everything that they might have, which is why they're giving you sort of narrow piecemeal answers. That's how I'm seeing it right now.
I agree. But I think, and it's not just personal, it's any and all documentation, emails, phone call, anything pertaining to yourself, and your career or your trajectory there. So that's the way you got to
And since you've
frame it.
been an employee for 22 years, lots of people have touched your file. People have come and gone, right? Mr. Ellison, none of them were there 22 years ago, right? So there's lots of files and lots of divisions and lots of boxes that they'd have to go through. So anyway, there's a lot of history there, some of which this reminds me of. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any more questions from the members of the commission? If not, I'd like to offer you the opportunity to have 3 minutes if you want to just have any concluding remarks. Anyone from
MTA goes
MTA first.
MTA goes first.
No?
Just leave it here?
Okay.
Just want to make sure you got it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if not, I'd like to offer Ms. Hairston Mondi. You can opportunity, kind of just, sum up what you're hoping for, what you learned. You have 3 minutes.
Well, basically, I felt I put this letter together, and I asked for official written documents and all email copies. And I know there are copies out there. I do know that. But they're in a separate files. Some of the drivers we use say, well, we got a human resource, we got a division file, and there's another file that they keep that separate from everything else. But there is file. I just want to know, and he's not answering none of my questions. And I thought I was clear enough by asking one of the written documents, something on letterhead explaining why was this change.
But that's not how you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's not how you have to. That's not how you ask the question. You're not asking. You don't want to ask a question. You want facts, and you want materials. You want emails. You want documentation. You want phone calls. Not. I want you to tell me. Explain why. I want you to show me what you've been saying about me. I want you to give me the paperwork. I want you to give me the emails. I want you to. Have there been phone calls made on my behalf? That's what you have to go back and you have to phrase it that way, because they're taking you literally with what you're saying. So when you say, I want you to write me a letter, I don't have to give you an explanation, especially for us. So it's important that you frame it the correct manner. So just to give you a little bit, I'm sorry, you still have time. So if you want to say anything else, I'm sorry.
No, I'll be back.
Okay. Member Nee.
We'll be here.
Yeah, Madam Chair, there is a provision, though, for request for oral public information. And granted, there are certain limitations on it. If you go in and ask for a piece of orally for information, you'd like to know such and such, it has to be something that can be answered within 15 minutes. It can't be just a whole volume of information that might take more than 15 minutes to answer, but a member of the public does have the right to do it in that manner.
So what you're saying, but from her request here, she can ask, and she says, as Mr. Ellison said, they've had numerous conversations.
Yeah.
But don't you think that when you look at this, that she could possibly, if it exists, get more information if her request spoke to the idea of emails and things?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's always, an oral request for public information, again, has its limits in terms of its applicability. Also, obviously, if your request is for specific documents, then it must be met, as long as the documents are disclosable. But it also helps if you submit your request in writing, then you got a record of the request, having been submitted, you go from there.
Let me see.
Say again?
Was that a question?
No, he was kind of just telling you what. I don't know if
I was just offering friendly advice.
Yeah, just kind of hearing what we as a body can do. And when you come back, and if you refile, and you can always ask our administrator the process about how to file. And so what you're asking for, but what I really want you to get from this is that it's an umbrella. You want all the information that's available. Emails, you need to say that, though, and not asking questions and explanation. You need to ask for specific documents, emails. What is the information that's out there about you and your case and all these kinds of things that are going on in your career and that sort of thing. Member Washburn.
Yeah, one suggestion is that you have a typewritten letter here, your original request, listing the 12 items that you were asking for. If you could go and change that just slightly, each item, and say any emails or any records at all, including emails, any and all records, including emails, records of phone calls, and then specify what this is about.
So what we're guiding you here on is any and all records, records of phone calls, records of calendars, just to be as specific as possible. We know first time is kind of daunting coming here, so we want to help you.
Okay.
Thank you. So you can have a seat for now. We're still figuring out what we're going to do.
That's what I was going to ask. So do we want to continue this and ask MTA? No? No actions? Okay.
Well, I mean, we could see if there's a motion on the floor. But I think what she just said is that she was going to refile appropriately, because this, based upon what we have here, does anyone see a motion that they'd like to put on the table?
Not as to a violation. I am still concerned, and I would actually like to ask MTA, whether it's by motion or just as a request here, to document how that waiver procedure works, because I'm still confused about what they're doing with this waiver and whether it really applies. I'm not understanding what they're doing, how they're doing it, and frankly, whether a waiver is needed to disclose the types of records that may be at issue here. I'm not understanding that from the presentation. I'd like to. I'd be happy to sit down with them, but I really...
That's not a motion, though, because that's not with this case.
Maybe we can talk about that, and if necessary, send a letter to confirm what your current process is, and then we can, be aware of that the next time something comes up. Because this will. We've got, 2,000 operators, 4,000 employees, and lots of people out there, and we will have other people asking for stuff, and we should be clear on how this works. And I'm not understanding it, and I'd like to.
So you're asking them if you could meet with her. What is exactly that you're asking for?
Would that work for MTAs to just sit down and meet and see where we go with that, Mr. Ellison? Why don't you come up, or somebody? Okay.
So you're basically asking for understanding of their waiver process.
Right, which they say that we started, and I think that something's being misinterpreted here. So I wanted to clear that up, that's all.
Okay.
And I don't think we're going to do that tonight.
Yeah, you don't have to answer that tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But just how do we go from here? Do you want to, shall we figure out a meeting?
Well, that's up to you.
Okay.
I mean,
I guess he's asking, are you...
With our city attorney's office, who provided the advice to us, and get a more clear understanding, and
then we
Call
can
each
agree or
other.
disagree or whatever, but shall we start with that?
And we'll be there, right.
Okay, so why don't I agree to do that, and then we'll see where we go from here.
Okay.
That's cool. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So do I have a motion? Okay. If not, then I'd like to open up for public comment on this issue. If anyone has any comment on this?
After reading this waiver, I definitely have a problem with it. It reads like They sign the waiver, and then Muni can do whatever they feel like with the information. If they want to go sell it to a third party or whatever they want to do, they can just go do it. That's how I'm interpreting this waiver. And the other thing, too, is I am having a problem that you would have to sign a waiver to get information. Maybe a document saying that this is you and you received information, but this is excessive. The other thing, too, is I just think they haven't put the best face forward in helping this lady get her information. She's saying major things have happened, like her pay being cut, she's not being on certain types of service, and they're saying there's no documents. She might not have asked it appropriately, but it's like, where's the goodwill on them to even provide this lady with her information? There's something there, and if there isn't something there, then there should be something there regarding the questions that she's asking. There's major income being lost, there's major things happening to her, and they don't have any information. It's almost like they just, it's almost like they're implying they don't even chart how these buses are being ran. She gets cut from her service, and there's no type of documentation as to how or why. This something inappropriate here.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment on this issue?
Yeah, most claimants that come in before you are not lawyers. So I think you're being unreasonable in requesting Ms. Omandi the specificity that you're suggesting to her. I'd like to remind the task force of 6721C, which mandates that the custodian of records attempts to assist the requester as to what documents she wants. That was never done by Muni. Muni's aware of this. So I think you're being unreasonable to request Mrs. Almani to be specific. Secondly, I'm not sure that an email isn't a written document. I think an email is a written document. So if there's an email and she requested a written document, they should have been produced by Muni. And, summarizing what I just said, understand that, the Sunshine was written so that lay people could get access to public records without the burden of attorney fees and litigation. So you should keep that in mind when claimants come before you. And they're not, they don't make a request that's, full of legal jargon. So you should be cognizant of 6721C that mandates that a custodian needs to help the requester rather than just blow her off and say we don't have those documents. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this issue? If not, public comments closed. There's no motion. And I'm going to conclude this matter. And Ms. Hairston-Amandi, we'll look for you to refile your
request with MTA.
Requests with MTA, but with your complaint with the stuff that we talked to you about tonight with MTA.
Actually,
so you should definitely work with our administrator to make sure, Victor. So.
Can I just clarify? What we were suggesting is that you file a new request with MTA, which might not result in a complaint before us. If MTA gets it and gets you what you need, then we won't hear it. If you're not satisfied with the next round, then you can certainly file another complaint, and then we'll hear this again.
Do you understand? Okay. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you all. Victor, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Item number 6, file number 13051, complaint filed by Paula Detesh against Howard Lazar Arts Commission for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance 67.25. Immediacy of response, thereby failing to respond to immediate disclosure request on August 18, 2013.
Great. Victor, let me ask you a question. Do you have a business card, or can you write down your information for the Sunshine Task Force? Ms. Cecilia? Thank you. Hold on one second, we have to talk about jurisdiction.
Right.
One sec. Well, I'm going to go on. I believe jurisdiction is accepted by both parties. Kate, right? Okay. And is there a motion, a second, to accept jurisdiction?
So move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
So is there any public comment on jurisdiction? If not, I'm closing public comment, and I am declaring the motion passed without objection. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Tesh, to give us some insight onto this.
Hi there. I'm going to provide you a timeline. Basically, I was here last week, and what I documented to you was a street artist meeting where they decide to withhold a permit renewal. Then it went up to the appellate level. I filed they have a strict guideline at the Board of Permits and Appeals. I filed my response in a timely manner. The Arts Commission filed nothing, and when the matter came up, a decision issued in my favor with unanimous vote. I believe it was July 15, 2003. The Arts Commission, there was a lot of drama before. Lazar can't attend. He's in the hospital or sick, but he can't provide the appeals board with information to that effect. I mean, it just went on and on. But nonetheless, at the appeals decision, which was on TV and public record, basically Lazar had no documentation to provide as a factual basis for withholding a permit, and basically they yelled at him. He tried to put in some paperwork on the side, and it was a farce. I mean, people were laughing. But nonetheless, on the 16th of July, the formal appeal decision was emailed to me. On July 18th, I went to Ms. Goldstein, the executive person over there, a nice woman, and I asked her, well, how long is the appeals decision valid? This decision, is it valid for a month? Is it valid for a year? Because in my view, I have such a bad feeling with the street artist program. Maybe in a few years things will change. People will retire, it will be run better, whatever. If you could find out, I would appreciate it. So the original IDR is on July 25th, 2013, not on August 14th. Here's a copy of it. I'm asking, how long is the appeals decision valid? So that was July 25th. August 14th, I actually met with Rebecca Krill in the Arts Commission offices, and I asked her, can you send me a letter on the letterhead of the Arts Commission stating your position as to how long this appeals decision is valid for? And I explained to her, maybe in some years in the future, I might like to walk in with the paper in my hand, and we're all on the same page, and she said, yeah, I'll get it to you. On August 12th, I called Patterson to remind her that I had filed an IDR, and typically I was hung up on before I could even get a word out, and I got an angry email from her, which is in your packet, which is really off in some land somewhere. August 16th, I called Rebecca Krill to remind her that I had filed an IDR, and I was asking again what her position is, and she said she would get to it. On August 18th, Ms. Goldstein of the Appeals Board left a message for Krill asking, can you please call her? And mind you, I'm running interference. I'm running over to the Appeals Board now a month later. And she said, no answer from Krill. So that's when I sent the August 18th IDR, which is what Ms. Goldstein said. Why don't you send one directly to her so it's real clear, which is what I did. August 27th, I sent an email to Krill reminding her, that I had not received a letter and on. I actually went to a meeting of the Board of Permit Craftsman advisory thing. Waited, again, 3 hours for my public comment, which was a written letter asking, please, could I have a letter stating the Arts Commission's position on an appeals board? August 30th, I sent a follow-up email to Rebecca Krill with no response. You have all the documentation in the packet. I didn't get anything from anyone. I didn't get a letter, as was stated in their response. If they sent it, did they send it certified? Did they send it registered? I actually sent an email to Krill reminding her of this and giving my address. It wasn't that anybody sent an email to me to verify an address. So you have all the documentation. I mean, it's not an unusual thing. It should not have taken all that time.
Great, your time's up, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone here in support of Ms. Tesh? Offer any facts? Okay. Kate, you come up. Thank you.
Hi, Kate Patterson, Director of Communications for the San Francisco Arts Commission. Mr. Tesh's whole preamble is completely irrelevant. You do have the documentation in front of you, and so that's what I'm going to focus on because that is what's relevant to this particular case. First of all, in her complaint, she just starts off on the completely wrong foot because she states that she submitted an IDR on August 8th, but there is no email from August 8th, 2013. In fact, the letter that she did, or the email she did send, was sent on August 18th, and Rebecca Krell responded the very next day on August 19th. And in that email, Rebecca points out that she did email the information requested to her, to Paula Tesh, on July 30th, and you can look at page 211 in your packet, and you can see the contents of that letter. And then, at that point, Rebecca Krell sent the letter via U.S. mail. So she was sent both an email and a hard copy. Let's see. I mean, so just based on that evidence, it completely invalidates her allegation that we failed to respond to her IDR, her erroneous IDR made on August 8th. But we, in fact, did respond to her request on August 18th. And yes, on August 14th, she did have a meeting with Mr. Howard Lazar, who's here with me this evening. But at that point, on August 14th, she had already received the letter via email on July 30th. So again, she cited a number of different email exchanges, some of which are in the package, but she referred to some emails sent in July, like around July 26th, I believe. That is not relevant to this complaint. What's relevant to this complaint is her email, which was received by the Sunshine Task Force on January, it's dated, this document here. Those are my notes, but that's the date, with the original complaint outlining where we supposedly made missteps. So I hope you look through these emails. I spent a good half hour trying to piece this puzzle together, and we have been more than responsive in meeting her request.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wants to offer any support or facts or anything? Mr. Lazar?
Thank you, members, for this opportunity to be here. Ironically, this issue is brought up in the second part of her complaint of the one I'm going to be speaking to, which is
Second complaint.
13052. Okay, but I will take you through that because it's the same. First of all,
are you talking about the next one?
Yeah.
Oh, let's hold off on that.
That's right. But I just wanted to make that point to you.
Yes, I know.
You see that?
I've seen it. Yes, exactly.
And I'll walk you through that at that time.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'd like to open it up to the members. Vice
Patterson Murphy.
Anyone speaking in support?
I asked already.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Lazar was.
Yes. Thanks. We've been here a lot, so I'm just going to cut right to the chase on this. And for those of you that were here about a week ago when we were in these same positions and you admitted, bing bong, You admitted last week, yes, you were a little slow in getting the minutes. I have been watching your website, all 5 of your websites, the artists and all, and they're all there. I noticed that the one from January that was not there is now there, which makes sense because it's the beginning of February. So I'm very happy about that.
Can I just say that during that meeting, I actually checked on my phone, and they were all there.
Yeah.
So
There was one that was missing, and now it's there. So I'm gonna cut to the chase on this. You admitted then, yeah, you were a little behind in your email. In September, you rightfully state that there were a lot of requests. You have other requests. You may have fallen a little behind. Are you caught up?
That's the next case.
That's the next case.
That's the next case. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the, yeah.
They're kind of a
Let me
blend-
save
they
face. Are you caught up on this case then?
Yes, more than caught up. I think we were ahead of the curve, actually.
I was going with Mr. Lazar on to the next case.
Yeah.
Sorry, I scrolled through too quickly.
So you've I looked at this. So you guys had answered it 3 times.
Yes.
July 30th. I see all the documentation there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Tetesh? No?
No.
Then I would like to give you the opportunity first for concluding remarks, if you have any. Yeah.
At the end of last meeting, I was reprimanded by Richard Neve for supposedly infringing upon someone's First Amendment rights. But my issue is not with the First Amendment and freedom of speech and coming here and saying what needs to be said. My issue has to do with procedure and waste of what I believe to be taxpayer resources and not resolving cases that are clearly clear-cut, that where we have provided ample evidence of our compliance, and I worked a full day today, and it's almost 9 o'clock, and I don't think there's any reason that any of us should be here going through something that is just totally ridiculous. So that I just wanted to state that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Tetesh?
Okay, I'm referring to an immediate disclosure request sent to Howard Lazar on July 25th, where I am asking how long is an appeals thing valid. What I got was this usual circular ranting nonsense. I did not get a letter that was sent to me. I did not get an email, and this is the same problem that we came across last week, where they claim to submit documents, or they claim to send it to me that I never got. That's not in the file. Would I have continued to ask for a letter when I never got it? How did they send it? Where did it go? We don't know, because they haven't provided that kind of information. This IDR was July 25th. It is now into February. I still haven't gotten a letter. I haven't gotten an email. I've gotten nothing. Where is the proof that they sent it to me? Maybe they sent it to a wrong address and it came back. They've done it before. They've made all kind of claims. And that's the same reason why I keep coming back to you, saying, where is the proof that they sent it to me? I didn't get anything. So here's the IDR. It's been a long period of time. These so-called alerts that I hear in responses, other people have sent Patterson Murphy alerts when it's coming up to the time. That's not true. I've reviewed every complaint that was filed against the Arts Commission. No one has ever given these people an alert. I called twice, was hung up on. I was going to tell them, excuse me, it's, what's going on with this letter, and I get an abusive email from Patterson Murphy. So it's not a question of being up to date. It's a question of record keeping, documentation, keeping some kind of list or log of a request. This is a simple question. It could have been answered with a simple one email response, one letter sent by registered mail. If it were me, that's how I would have done it. I would have wanted proof. But, it's just, The burden is not on me. The burden is right here, what you see before you. You see an immediate disclosure request that was not answered in an appropriate manner. You see me jumping through an enormous amount of hoops to try and get the information, and you see me now in February into the next year asking for a copy of this letter. I didn't get it.
Thank you. Member Pelpel.
So, discussion. On balance, I think that in this case, the Arts Commission substantially complied. I would note a couple of things. First of all, the email that you're now showing us is not anywhere in our packet and appears to not be in our file at all. So this is news. The complaint that you filed August 20th, 13051, with the attachment that refers to an IDR on August 8th. It doesn't appear that there was any IDR on August 8th, so since you provided this, one presumes that it was August 18th. The August 18th request was responded to August 19th, the next day. I would note, however, Arts Commission is not totally off the hook here. On page 208 of our packet, that letter of August 19th was actually sent to the, let's be clear, wrong zip code. 94014 is Colma, where dead people live, and not 94104, where there's a post office box. And if it's actually a post office box 738 that you have there, as you requested, 150 Sutter Street is actually confusing because they mashed those together and got 150 Sutter Street number 738, which is not a P.O. box. It's a street address, which probably doesn't exist.
Mailboxes, et cetera.
Yeah.
The mailboxes, et cetera.
That's her mailbox.
No, I believe this is Sutter Street Station.
Where is it? Yeah, where's
Okay.
150 Sutter Street?
In the meeting I had with...
Where's 150 Sutter Street?
In the meeting I had with Rebecca Krill, I wrote down an address. What you're having here is bantering. You're having...
I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you right now.
Go ahead.
All he wanted to know was 150 Sutter Street, where it was. It's a mailboxes, et cetera.
No, it is not.
What
It's
is
a
it?
United States Post Office.
It's Sutter Street Station.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So,
correct.
Okay.
Right. So it should have said P.O. Box 738 SF 94104. So they actually got the address wrong, but I still believe that this was mailed, and if you didn't get the thing, there were other avenues.
I didn't get any emails either, I'm sorry, which is why I continued to ask, which is why I went to a meeting and said...
I wasn't asking a question.
Okay.
I believe that you actually did get emails on July 30th and other dates.
No.
You
I didn't get...
I'm sorry, you provided to us, or somebody provided to us, a July 30th email with the same content explaining their clarifications on the Board of Appeals decision. And in fact, your August 18th immediate disclosure request just asked for the same content to be put on Arts Commission letterhead. A citizen can ask, but it's not really a sunshine request to ask to get the same content from an email put onto letterhead. That's not really an immediate disclosure request, or it need not be treated in that way. They chose
My immediate disclosure request...
I'm sorry, I wasn't asking a question.
What are you asking me?
And further, your immediate disclosure request was sent to Rebecca Krell at the wrong email address. You misspelled Rebecca. So, all of these people who have typos, I'm not, going to find that there was a major violation of the ordinance because, people aren't spelling things correctly. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling it. I'm not going to find a violation.
I'm referring to...
I wasn't asking a question, Madam Chair.
I'm referring to an immediate disclosure request dated July 25, 2013, sent to Howard Lazar.
Not in our packet, not the subject of this complaint.
We can end because we do have all the information that we need, because you did offer your concluding remarks, and I believe your time was up. So thank you very much. We just had a couple other questions. You answered them. At this time, Is there anyone that wants to call for a motion? No, I'd like to open it up for public comment on this particular issue. Is there any public comment? If not, I will close public comment, and I will declare this matter concluded. Thank you. So let's go to the next item. Victor, can you go to the next item?
Item number 7, file number 13052, claim filed by Paula Tesh against Howard Lazar Arts Commission for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25, immediacy of response, thereby failing to respond to immediate disclosure request on August 28, 2013.
Okay. Jurisdiction is...
Move to find jurisdiction.
Yeah. Oh, you did. Thanks. Can I get a second?
Second.
Great. I'd like to declare... I'm sorry. Is there any public comment about jurisdiction? If not, then I'd like to declare the motion passed without objection regarding jurisdiction. I'd like to give you 5 minutes to talk about this issue and how it differs from the previous one.
I don't know how the second part of that got in, but here is the immediate disclosure request, correctly spelled, sent August 28th. I'm making a blah, 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 blah. August 28th. I did not see their response until 2 o'clock today when I called Victor to say, was there ever any response of the Arts Commission? Okay, I'll scan it and send it to you. The response doesn't even address the immediate disclosure request. It was responded to very late, and here we see that they're claiming that there was an email from somebody called Mark Tetro, which was sent to the Board of Appeals. It was actually a letter. It was a copy. It was not his signature. And Ms. Goldstein said, we don't know how this letter came or where it even came from. There's no envelope. There's nothing. So the whole thing was suspect. And to this day, nobody knows where this letter came from. It's not a signature. It's some kind of form thing. It's a copy. And so this, what they said in their response, which I only saw today, was an email. It was, in fact, a letter. So that's a little strange. Their response of something on 620 it seemed to be Howard Lazar claiming that he did what he could at the appeals level. That's not true at all. It's public record. You can look on SF.gov TV and see the appeals hearing. He was screamed at. He was told, why do you want to submit this stuff on the side? Did you witness the stand? No, it was emailed to me. Did you see a transaction? No, I didn't. It was emailed to me. Well, then how can you claim a violation? So that response that he sent to somebody called Mark Tetro was not an accurate version of events, and plus I talked to Mark Tetro. He didn't know anything about it. So the reason why I file requests or hearings and before the task force is that I file an IDR which is clear and specific. It's not even nearly addressed. If I do get documents, this one wasn't a PDF that was not attached or came later or anything like that. It just wasn't. I wasn't copied. Maybe it went to the task force very late, September 24th, but I wasn't copied on it, so I didn't get it. So in my view, this is a late filing. It didn't address the immediate disclosure request, and there are violations here.
Is there anyone here that wants to offer any support for facts and evidence? If not, I'd like to invite Mr. Lazaro.
Thank you again. All right, so there are two parts to the complaint form that she filled out. I'm going to walk you through the first part and beg your indulgence for the second part also. The first part, we wrote to you to the task force on September 24th, in which we freely explained that that because we failed to record the request of her August 28th onto our logbook, that we did not furnish those pertinent documents until now, the writing to you, the task force. So we freely admitted it. There were, between the log shows that requests of hers from August 26th and 27th, but we failed to do the August 28th one. Also, that between the period of July 17th through September 15th, Ms. Dayton submitted 17 requests to us. And so this averages like 2 requests per week. I'm not making this as an excuse. I'm saying that's the situation. We missed that. Okay? Now, I do want to say, though, in this letter, we did attach the relevant documents because she was asking for all records, documents, internal emails, and log of phone calls regarding an alleged letter from Mark Tetro submitted to the Board of Permits and Appeals, Datish versus SFAC, heard on July 15, 2013. And so in my letter to you, or in our letter to you, we said June 12, 2013, email from artist Mark Tetro to Cynthia Goldstein, Board of Appeals, and he attached his, and we attached a June 12th letter from him to Ms. Goldstein, and we have these right here. We can get the... Okay, so Exhibit 1 shows an email from Mark Tetro to Cynthia Goldstein of the Board of Appeals. And Exhibit 2 shows me explaining to my boss, Tom DeCaney, what happened at the Board of Appeals. Exhibit 3, which I've mentioned in my letter to you, Exhibit 1A, shows the actual letter that he wrote to her. Now, we deliberately blocked out his address to her, but that is on there. I mean, I could rip this piece apart and show you the address. But that was from him. That was signed by him. He does exist. He's not an unknown person. And he was totally objecting to her selling his prints that were unauthorized by him. Then, let's see, we got to, there's an email on July 30th, 2013 by Ms. Krell to Ms. Datish in response to Datish's July 30th email question, how long is an appeal decision valid for? There's an August 19th email by Ms. Krell to Ms. Datish with attached July 30th email mentioned above. There's an August 19th letter on Arts Commission stationery sent by Ms. Krell via U.S. Postal Mail to Ms. Datish. And that is the one, yes, Member Philpell is correct. I just happened to notice that the zip code is incorrect there. Where is it here? I saw it. Maybe it's in the next pack here.
It's 253.
Here it is. Here it is. So you see 94014. But it's sent to 150 Sutter Street, number 738, San Francisco, California, which is the address that she gave us, by the way. I want to say also, this hard copy letter was sent out to her again. And I don't believe my assistant would have put that 014 on the envelope. She would have detected it right away. We would have changed that. So these are the documents that were sent to that first part. And also August 28th, there's an email by Ms. Krell to Ms. Datish requesting confirmation of Datish's address. And the August 30th, 2013 email by Ms. Krell to Ms. Datish. Can I continue? Because there is a whole second part to this that I want to...
I know. And I actually believe that we've read through it, so we do understand it.
All right.
So thank you. You don't have to.
Okay, but can I continue to the second part?
No, because we know that second part.
Okay.
So thank you. And we can ask questions.
Okay.
We've read through it.
Sure.
Is there anyone that wants to offer any facts and conclusions in support of Mr. Lazar?
I just want to say that that given the volume of requests that we get from Ms. Tesh, especially during that period of time around this whole appeals issue, that, obviously we failed to get back to her in this one instance, but as you can see, from the log, we were responsive to the two requests made previous and after that. So, we do other work, and, this is a case of things getting lost in the shuffle, but also, as you can see over and over again, that her requests are redundant and confused and consequently confuse us. So sometimes we may, in the last case, we did respond more than 3 times to the same question. So I think that this is sort of another instance of just, trying to deal with the volume and trying to parse out, the actual question or request.
Got it. Thank you. I'd like to open up to the commission members. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Fisher?
Going to kind of repeat what I said before, but Ms. Patterson, Murphy, I hear you, I get that, I understand, but, we're kind of running late here, so I am going to come out publicly and say, when we get to the motion section, I'm probably going to recommend a motion for a violation of, I wrote it down, 6725A, but given that you've already admitted this was an oversight, you've gone, in my opinion, above and beyond, both of you, on this. If we were United Airlines, you'd be our biggest frequent flyer. I don't see any need to refer, this is your call completely, Chair Grant, but I don't see any need to refer this anywhere, to any committees or anything, and that's all I have to say.
Member Washburn.
There are, however, some sort of housekeeping issues. Ms. Dadish, I saw her email where she gives her address, and it's a post office box, and I think maybe with the wrong zip code, at least in the address section of the letter. There were a couple of mistakes regarding addresses where something probably got lost in the mail, frustrating Ms. Dadish and just leading to more confusion and frustration. I know things like this happen. Clerical errors are made. That's all.
But just so we're all clear, wasn't that like the third thing that she had gotten, that she gotten emails? Just to clarify that was the third thing. Okay, I just want to be clear that she had three emails or something before. Okay, so one moment. Wait, I haven't asked for you. Hold on one sec. Okay, please. Any other member have any questions for either the responder or the complainant?
So,
Member Popel.
So to Ms. Ditesh, I believe you said that you didn't see the substantive response until recently?
Correct.
Page 254 of our packet, the
Yes.
September 24th email from Ms. Patterson Murphy to us with copies to Chair Grant, Ms.
Yes.
Lee, Mr. Threet, pditesh@aol.com. Did that not go to you?
I didn't get it. I didn't get any previous emails. I didn't get any letters. I wouldn't be here tonight if I got it.
Well, the evidence here suggests that it was sent to you on September 24th. That certainly wasn't timely, and we'll get to that in the fullness of time. But, if someone sends something to if you make a request by email and they respond by email to that address, late or not, I'm inclined to believe that it got to you. Sorry.
Let me explain to you a pattern that's going on here. First off, correct. Huge record-keeping, housekeeping issues. If I send out one email to one person, Howard Lazar, and I've said it repeatedly, they're circular, ranting, off-topic responses that don't even address a simple one-sentence IDR. These things don't even need to come to this level, but they do because the guy can't respond. I mean, if you read, and then he wants to banter. He wants it to go back and forth. It's not necessary. Here's the IDR. It's clear. It's straightforward.
That's not your
I
question.
don't respond.
Yeah, that's not
his question.
What's your question?
Did you receive the email of September 24th?
No, I did not.
Okay. And so how do you think we should deal with the circumstance where the Arts Commission, I presume, will tell us that they sent it to you? Ms. Patterson is probably out there nodding, right, somewhere? Yes. Yeah? So if she sent it to you and you didn't get it and it was sent to your email address in response to a request that you made, how do you think we should deal with that?
I would look at the bigger picture, the way you did with the planning department, and say, okay, well, if it's a simple zip code error, irregardless of how it came about,
It's not talking about email.
The letter came back to us. Let's contact the person and verify the address. That's what I would do, or I'd send it by registered mail if it were, if I wanted to cover myself. I'm sorry. What's the question?
I'm just trying to figure out if there was substantial compliance. It appears to me that there was substantial compliance as to the substance, but it was late because it got, buried somehow. So when we get there, I'm inclined to agree with Member Fisher, Vice Chair Fisher, and find a violation as to timeliness only, and not refer it, as we did last week.
Great. Okay. Are there any other questions? If not, then did I do conclusions? No, I'm sorry. Did I do concluding? I'm sorry. Did I ask you about if you want to do any concluding remarks? For this one?
We haven't done that yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused. Okay, I'm going to ask them so you can step aside for a second, please. Thank you. I'm a little tired. Thank you.
And I will be brief.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Krell responded to her 3 times by email. She didn't even have to write a letter to her, but she thought it'd be better just to go the distance and do it. Okay, but she didn't have to. Replying, as you know, to an email, you simply press the reply button. Whatever address they give, it goes to them. And again, that period of time shows, the volume in yellow of her requests. It's like 2 a week. Now, this is not a sincere request for information. We get, it had been a sincere request instead of an attempt to put down the staff, then the writer would have reminded us, oh, by the way, I sent you an email requesting this information. But she doesn't do that. And so we are like the targets for this kind of insanity. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tesh, you have 3 minutes.
What we're seeing here are repetitive mistakes and repetitive bad behavior on the part of Howard Lazar. I'm not there on a day-to-day basis. You may believe, for example, that their minutes are up to date. They are not. They're not up to date. So, I can come in here at a future date and say, oh, the civic design hasn't posted. This one hasn't posted. These are clear violations where if you have a grudge against an entity, you might, want to keep hammering away. That's not what's happening here. What's happening is they don't pick up the phone. They don't, and this is years and years of this type of thing. I've been up there during business hours. The door is locked. There's no explanation as to why. You don't know what's going on. You might ask the guard downstairs, I don't know, why don't you try the basement? Why don't you try here? Why don't you try there? I mean, that's the way they do business. So the pattern that is emerging is not a malicious pattern. These are simple questions that would not have been answered by a simple email. And I've done that for years. They just don't do it. So if you put the words immediate disclosure request and get to Lazar, you're going to get a bunch of ranting, circular, nonsensical nonsense like the first one. Oh, well, why don't you talk to the appeals board? They're the ones that issue the order. The reason why they're spending so much time at this is they can't read and write. It's really just that simple. So concluding remarks, you've seen the Clark brothers here until 10, 11 o'clock at night, and I remember Member Nee saying, are we here at 11 o'clock because Lazar couldn't answer a question? Yes, we are, sir. It's pretty much the same thing, but it's a little more interesting because when you have this fractured entity of such a small place where Lazar messes up, Patterson comes in to try and clean it up, that still doesn't work. There are a ton of emails flying around that I don't even respond to. There's just so much. For example, I went to a meeting 2 weeks ago at the Board of Craftsmen and Examiners. I spoke under public comment. It didn't appear. I sent one IDR saying, excuse me, you're required by law to post public comment. I got 15 emails. I mean, how can you respond or keep track? These are repetitive things. These people need to be educated. They need to more housekeeping, more record keeping, more logs. I'm not filing malicious things. These people are not answering simple questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to know if there is a motion to find a violation.
Within 10 business days.
Who seconded?
I did.
I'd like to open for public comment on this issue.
Well, per se, I'm not quite sure as to what's happening, but I think the Arts Commission needs to come with a better policy and procedure to deal with this. I think for starters, they might just need to, just have Miss Lady come down and pick up the documentation, as long as, and as well as maybe send it an email, because it's like, he said, she said, I mean, sending it off to the dead person. So I with dealing with this. I think the other problem is you can see disrespect between both parties. So what's happening here. I mean, it's the Art Commission doesn't have respect for this lady, and the ladies lady doesn't as well. So a lot is going on. So what's happening. I think there's a little the Arts Commission to help this lady get her information. How can they do it? Wrong emails and wrong addresses. I would like to believe there was a phone number along here somewhere. And I doubt they can call up and follow up on them, but I wish they would have did something before it got here. I mean, they could have called them or talked to them or tried to work this stuff out before it got here.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? If not, public comment's closed. I'd like to take a roll call vote on the motion.
On the motion to find violation of 67.21B and 67.25A, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Great. I'm not going to refer it. It's just a violation, and we hope we do better. Good night. Thank you.
18 out of order.
So yeah, I would like to get to this because then I'd like to make a suggestion about the minutes, but I did want to go because I understand last week, you guys tell me about this, that you want to...
All the item, or are we just...
Item number 18, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting schedule conflict with Sunshine and Ethics Training Program, February 25th, 2014.
So I understand you guys want to, what is it that exactly that you want to do with that? Because we did that online. All of us had to do this online. So this is, didn't we do this all online? I know I did it online. So you'll have to do that online. So it's a second, it's the live one. So I understand some of you want to go, but I was wondering, because that would shorten our meeting on February 25th, which is really important for us because it seems like the whole point of us doing these extra meetings was to try to get forward in the cases. And right now, we're not like moving ahead as quickly as possible. So I'm wondering if we would still have a quorum on the 25th so that Victor could still, when I say put down that many, I'm so tired, put down that many cases, put down a normal amount of cases rather than putting down like 2 cases. So, and then it just you know what I mean? It just kind of is a waste of that meeting, which I see that people are continuing cases and things like that from our extra meetings that we tried to schedule in order to kind of try to get ahead. So I'm just trying to see, first of all, how many people are going to be...
Discussion time?
Yeah, no, it's this isn't a voting or anything. But
I think we should go to this for 2 reasons. One, yes, we all do the training online and we all pay attention, etc. But as the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, I think it kind of behooves us to show up there. I mean, I think...
But if you've done it, so...
What I'm getting at, let me be clear. I know it's my own perimenopausal brain here. I'm seeing the reason for us going twofold. One, got to admit, I've done this twice online, and I've had a few questions, and I've missed a few things, so it would be good for me to sit there with a live person of people doing this. And 2, I think it's also sort of, a lot of us, almost all of us, are new to this body. The rest of the world doesn't know us. We are the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. We should show up. We should be at this.
So then my second question is going to be, well, we've already scheduled this meeting, right? The February 25th? Or can we,
have enough notice.
do we have enough notice that we could change that meeting? Because it would be a waste to come from 4 to 5:30. We wouldn't get any, we get 1 case accomplished, and that's defeating the point.
Having said that, I may be in the minority. Maybe everybody else.
And secondly, we just made, didn't we just tonight, didn't we just say something is going to happen at the February 25th meeting?
No.
One of the cases, or did we?
Well, we'll try that.
Micah?
I didn't.
Okay, so it didn't happen.
At the next meeting, we were careful.
Okay, perfect, okay. So I don't want to make sure.
It's not.
You said the next meeting, right?
No, we made the...
What was it, Ken?
We didn't continue it.
Wait, hang on.
I'm going to write the letter, but we aren't going to
Then our
hear it yet.
motion
There was a motion to
The motion to
continue.
refer...
to send it to ethics.
Right, the motion to refer passed. We're not hearing it again.
Got it, okay. So we don't have anything
The
to
only thing
say.
that we continue was the PIS thing to May.
Okay, so
So-
nothing for next meeting.
So can...
Okay.
The only unofficial issue is we have 2 appeals by anonymous that were continued from
That was
January
it.
30th, and we did give her February 25th as a potential date, but I believe we could possibly just continue that to a future date.
Wasn't that an accessibility issue?
What after February?
March 5th, or March, was it 2nd?
5th.
5th?
The 20th is... So can I...
Well, Anonymous is canceled, I understand there's some issues in the ADA Act and things of that sort, so we need to be careful, right?
Yes.
So if we told her February 25th,
Could we, that's what we talked about. We talked about perhaps just hearing those two items, but she's continued them. Or what was, you have to refresh my memory.
She had previous cases, and they are on indefinite hold at her request. These two items were scheduled on January the 30th, I believe, and she made an ADA request to continue it to the February meeting. We tentatively gave her February 25th as we were unsure on the schedule yet.
Got it. So we didn't give her a definite date, so we could perhaps move it to our March 5th meeting. You could reach out to her and ask her?
We would ask her what days would work
Would
for
work for her? Okay. All right. Yes.
Okay, so a couple
Briefly, please.
Which were the two cases? Because I'm not sure if that's reflected in the log. Which cases are we talking about? Which anonymous cases? Because there are
I believe it's
several.
approximately
4-2?
I believe 37 is the other.
Okay, so it's not the chunk that's later on,
No,
54 and friends?
No, we're doing those later at another time. Yeah.
Okay, so I think my inclination is for us to meet on February 25th, assuming there's a quorum, to deal with at least those two issues, maybe try to squeeze in one more if we could, and that's it. But to allow us to attend the training at 6, I think it's good for a variety of reasons for us to be there. If we don't do it live, then we will need to spend another 2 hours and do it via video at some point, at least for those members who are continuing, et cetera, and all of that stuff. So I think we can do both, and I would like to try to do both.
Okay.
And one other thing, and I promise I'll shut up for a bit. I was going to put on the EOT agenda for Monday that we are, as I suggested at last week's meeting, that we are concerned about the city attorney scheduling this, not consulting us about the date or the content. And I'm not prepared for us to send that letter tonight from the task force, but I think unless the task force objects, we will discuss that at EOT, and we'll have no problem sending some kind of thing from EOT expressing the general view to that end.
That's fine. So let's get back to the issue for this meeting.
Yeah.
I am inclined, I'd like for you to reach out to Anonymous, because for me, and I think a lot of us, and everyone in the public, I work full-time, so to leave work early, to come to do a meeting for 2 cases maybe, and then go to a live thing from 6 to 9 to 8 is a really long chunk of time to not accomplish what we were trying to do with that meeting, because that meeting was really stuck in there to try to get like 6 cases and just hear those cases. So I'm wondering if you, one, could check with Anonymous and see if she would have any issues with us moving those 2 items to another day. Don't we have a March, did we add an extra March meeting?
Yes.
So we could perhaps ask her if she could do that, because that's the only real issue.
I would suggest being more definitive in your actions, as it can be difficult.
That we are not going to be having because we have a sunshine.
Yes, it is difficult to contact her.
Okay. So then I'd like to suggest, and then based upon what the other committee members think, that we move her items to the March extra meeting, the March 25th, whenever it is, 26th.
I will give her an edit.
I think she can't do the March 5th.
Or the March 5th, but did we start the agenda? Yeah. So we could do it the March 5th meeting.
I will allow her to pick her date.
Yeah, you have to give her the opportunity. Exactly. That's what it is. So March 5th or March 25th, 26th.
We also indicate as part of that, since we're giving her the opportunity to help set the date, that we are strongly disinclined to a continuance after that.
Exactly.
Because if we're going to set it, we want to set it, we want to hear. I haven't even seen any of the stuff on the merits. I want to get it, I want to read it once, and I want to dispose of it one way or the other.
Yes, I'm in agreement with that.
Okay,
so
we strongly want to make that message.
if we can do that, we can talk about it. But I'd like to definitely do that in March. But I want to see what everyone thinks about holding the meeting February 25th still, or if you guys are cool with us moving it to March 25th.
Been to this live? I'm sorry, have either members, Nee or Washburn, been to this? I mean, is it worth
The live one?
Give us your thoughts. You do it online.
Well, I've done both, and I certainly think that we should, to the extent possible, be there. And the reason I say that is we might have questions, and the presenters might say something with which some of us will take issue. I mean, we do have a certain amount of expertise here on sunshine and experience, and so I think it's a real good idea for us to be there. I kind of agree with Member Pilpel that meeting at 4 and hearing, accomplishing what business we can is a good idea, and then, cut off, terminate declare right up front that the meeting will end no later than 5:30. So that we'll have time to get over there, sign, get seated, et cetera.
Because really what we would hear, we would only hear her 2 cases, because then you have to go to public comment at 5 o'clock. So it's kind of like, why couldn't we just move, for me, why couldn't we just move those 2 cases?
Well, we could. Also, bear in mind that because this will be a special meeting, it is not necessary to take general public comment. Unless our rules provide it.
I thought we have to provide,
We're getting a look of consternation from...
I thought we always had to do public comment.
Maybe I'm incorrect here.
I thought we always had to public comment.
But another thing we could do...
Well, I know for a fact that we had it in last week's special meeting.
Yeah, we've had it. I thought we had to, I'll double check, but I thought we had to do that. So in that case, okay.
At the risk of being unpopular, if the room is available, we could also start that meeting earlier in recognition of this training.
I don't think we could get the room. It's a room issue.
You tried to book it.
It's a resource issue.
Yeah, at 4. Remember, it was at 4. Yeah, we can't get it earlier. So, I mean, just to get, this isn't a vote, but I mean, just want to get a sense, like, what do you guys think about having that meeting on the 25th? You're inclined to do it?
Well, I'm inclined to do it, to the extent we can get it done by 5:30. We could just, have 2 items, general public comment, boom, we're out of here. And I think that might make the most sense.
I think it'd be great to have the entire task force walk into that training.
Yeah, I'm not disputing going to that other meeting. I'm disputing the preparing and Victor having to do that for 2 cases when maybe we could just turn around and do it the next week. That's what I'm more disputing. I think I'm in agreement. I'll go to the live meeting at 6, but
I have no objection.
Yeah, I just feel like, everyone's trying to do a lot for the task force in addition to everything else, like the public is, so I don't want to waste people's time, and it's one person. I'd like to really try, the point of those meetings was to try to get like a good, bye, thank you, see, was to try to get like 6 cases, which I see has not been happening because she continued cases and things like that, so that's my fear, because we're going to make her cases the 2 cases, and then
show up.
She has made a request to testify by phone.
She's requested to do what?
Testify by phone.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, we don't know, so.
2 other things. We don't, if we're going to try to hear 2 cases, it doesn't have to be her cases. It can be...
We already talked to her for the next, didn't you?
You did offer her that date.
Right, but I'm saying if there are other issues, we could take 2 other... There's lots of stuff in the queue.
No, I know. So, okay, I don't want to get into that right now. What is the take? Because whatever 2 cases you hear, do you guys want to try to have a meeting prior? That's what I want to know.
Why don't you get a sense of the group?
No, that's what I asked. So, Richard said he didn't care.
Who's willing to meet at 4?
Well, I'll go with consensus on it. I mean, if members feel it's important to hold that meeting, I'm fine with it. If members feel that it's permissible for us to put those 2 items off till March 5th,
or the 5th. March 5th, our regular meeting.
Till March 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
just the Tuesday.
It's okay by me if it's okay by the complainant and the respondent.
Okay.
I think out of courtesy to them, we should, particularly the complainant, we should really check with the complainant.
Okay. So if it's okay. Okay. I'm thinking the same.
I agree.
You want to have it.
I mean, my issue is I'm just traveling to make the meeting, so for me, if it's just going to be 2 cases, I probably wouldn't come up for the meeting.
Got it.
We've got 55 cases in the pipeline. Anything that we can do to...
2 is not going to make a difference if we change it that next week.
It's going to help. I just think that when we're up for reappointment, those of us who are trying to whatever, to say that we've got all these things that we're backed up on doesn't look good, and that it's harder for people. The more we can whack at that backlog, the better. I'm willing to take the time.
Well,
whatever.
The backlog is due in good part to a grave error on the part of the Board of Supervisors.
It's a variety.
Yeah.
It's a variety of things. I understand that. I'm just saying I'm willing to.
It's not.
Whatever.
Mr. Oka, first, would you be coming?
Yes, I'm going to tell people right now, I have a previous assignment that I have to attend to for the March meeting, so I am not going to be here.
Okay, so you won't be at the March meeting, or you?
I will not be here for the March
regular meeting.
Regular meeting.
Okay, got it. Okay. So you would come to that meeting on February 25th?
Yes, I will be here.
Okay. And Chris, you would come?
Yes.
Okay. So it's kind of 50-50. I think that we could go either way. So why don't we see, I'm inclined, and maybe I will take the chair position right now, to keep us moving and have it on March 5th. But I want to see what March 5th. Move it to March 5th. The 2 that we have to March 5th, and then give people an opportunity to get here for the workshop at 5:30.
So we're leaving it at your discretion.
Yeah.
And you'll notify.
We'll notify people.
Everybody.
So we'll talk tomorrow, Victor.
Yes.
Because
we will probably have a deadline at the end of the week to make a decision.
So we'll discuss it tomorrow, and then we can figure it out.
Yes, I will notify the task force once a decision is made.
Okay, great. I'd like to suggest that for our next meeting, we, this is what I'm trying to say? Continue these approval of minutes.
Hold on. We actually should take public comment on 18, and then I've got some.
On item 18?
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, what we just did, the extra meeting.
And then I have a couple of minutes that I've done some work on. Maybe we can adopt a couple, and then we'll do that.
It's quite late, and I think that, I know, but is there any public comment about the meeting, moving that meeting?
I don't think there's any exemption in the Sunshine Ordinance for special meetings denying public comment. So I would think that any and all special meetings you have, you allow public comment.
We do.
Secondly, when I was on the Shelter and Monitoring Committee, I took both the online and the live. The live is better because you have more feedback. The online is not so great, so it's a good idea that you do live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Public comments concluded. So, Victor, what are your things about the minutes?
I have 2 sets of minutes that I've amended, and I'm ready to go, and I would move that we approve these minutes with corrections.
Okay, but did you send those to Victor so that he could?
Today's. They're updates to the latest and greatest.
Okay, so why don't you give those to Victor, and then he can make those corrections, and then we can, next meeting, go over them and approve them with the greatest and latest corrections without you reading it.
What we've done in the past is just allow this sort of thing unless people want to discuss it.
Were you going to say what was your correction?
Only if people want to hear it.
No.
It's non-substantive. It is totally just like trying to perfect it.
Okay.
So I'm happy to move that we approve them with those corrections. That's what we've done before. It's the first 2. It's March and April.
Oh, okay.
So if there's a second.
Oh, Member Washburn?
Chair Grant, yes. With all due respect to Member Pelpel, we have been continuing these minutes for months and months and months. And I know that I review them each month and send corrections or hand them. And Member Nee is an excellent editor. He is very diligent and returns his feedback. I would hope that Member Pilpel could trust his colleagues on this body that we have vetted these minutes, and can't we just adopt all except, say, last month's right now?
Madam Chair.
And save some ink?
Member Nee?
Yeah. First of all, I'm not sure about the propriety of that because they're listed as separate items, and we would need to take public comment on each set of minutes. Second, there are a couple of minutes in a couple of these minutes here that I don't think are ready for approval for various reasons, particularly the minutes of last May 1st and the minutes of last November 6th and the minutes of last December 4th.
Okay.
Especially November 6th. I mean, that is just loaded with errors.
So is it possible, though, that we could approve March and April's now, because you've just provided your final comment corrections, and you guys were good with those?
But I have one minor correction, well, no, 3 minor corrections on April, but with those, they'd be okay.
Okay. So we could approve it with the corrections provided for March, though. You're good with March?
Yes.
It might feel good to get one out then. Okay.
That would feel good.
Well, so if I can get a second, I'm still happy to do the first two with whatever Rick has as well. And to Member Washburn's comment, yes, I would like to do that, but when I go through it, when I spend even a few minutes on it, I find like errors. So, on the April minutes, Member Highland, seconded by Member Oka, moved to find the Ethics Commission in violation. It was the Board of Supervisors. So, I hope that in the fullness of time things will get better. I find that when I take some time, and again, I'm not doing anything, I'm not doing any harm to it. And I will try to spend more time and try to get caught up. So what I think we were going to try to do was, if we can adopt these two tonight and continue the others to the call of the chair and do a few every month, and then we will try to get caught up. It's all we can do.
Yeah, but I understand exactly what Member Washburn is saying, though, because I look through them and I see some minor things, but I do trust Member Nee, I trust, but it has to move faster. So,
trying.
I know we say that, but it still has to move faster. And sometimes, if your corrections aren't in there and it's approved without it, it's that we got to move along in some of these, getting things current. So, I just want to say that for the record. So I would like. So. Let's just try to get this done. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve the minutes from March?
Point of order. Should we not have the clerk read the item?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Item number 8, approval of minutes for March 6, 2013, regular meeting.
Move to approve.
I already had a motion.
Oh, second.
Did you make a motion?
I did. I moved to approve the first two.
Oh, I didn't.
Well, I don't think that motion is appropriate.
Fine.
Yeah, they're
I will
separate.
move to
They're
approve
separate
the
items.
first one, the March minutes under item 8.
Second.
That is with possible additional corrections handed to me.
Those corrections, and you had no others. Okay, that's fine.
Is there any discussion from the commission? Is there any public comment?
Yeah, you're approving these minutes that were 9 months old, and it's 20 to 10. There's members of the public that made public comment in these minutes. You should give them the opportunity to up and down them. The minutes may be inaccurate regarding public comment. So I don't think it's a good idea if you would be approving minutes at 9:40. But, clearly, you may not be violating the 67-16 rule. because there's really no provision that says you got to do it X date. But, the spirit of 6716 is that, minutes should be sort of contemporaneously as when you guys spoke and when the public spoke. This is not televised, right? So the public needs to see what's going on. They read the minutes. But if your minutes are 9 months old, I can't remember what I did last week or what I said last week. And you guys are, it's a fiction. You're approving minutes at 9 months ago. You remember what you said then? Oh, well, you're better than me. But, you need to get your minutes approved, but, trying to get them approved at 9:40 when there's no members of the public here, but Mr. Pitts and myself, I think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Is there any more comments? If not, public comments closed. Let's do a roll call vote.
On the motion to approve the minutes of March 6, 2013 as amended, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes. Item number 9, approval of minutes from the April 3rd, 2013 regular meeting.
So moved with corrections?
Second?
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Member Nee.
For 3 items. Under item 4, line 2, the word "that" appears twice in succession. One of those "that's" should be deleted.
Item 4, line...
Item 4, line 2. You have that.
Got it. You got it.
Okay. Item 7, paragraph 3. You have passed with 3 S's.
Got it.
Paragraph 5. As Member Pilpel pointed out, the motion was to find violation against the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, not the Ethics Commission.
We got that.
I will verify that.
Yep.
I will listen to the tapes and verify.
Great, okay. Any more changes or anything? If not, then I'd like to open up to public comment. If not, I'd like to conclude public comment. Like to take a roll call vote. Well, I don't think I really need to. Yeah, I think that I can pass this motion without objection. Okay, great. Okay.
Item number 10 through 17, I believe there's a motion to continue those to the call of the chair.
Was there a motion?
Is about to be so moved?
Second.
Great. Any discussion? Any public comment?
No public comment. May I ask, would the committee like me to only put 3 of these items on per meeting, or should I continue to list all of them?
You mean all the minutes?
Yes.
I think for now, until we get caught up, just list them all so we can see where we are, what we need to be focused on. Okay, great. So we did number 18.
Sorry, that's 10 through 17.
That's what he said. 10 through 17.
Item 18 action has already been, we have already discussed the issue. Item number 19, report from the Compliance Amendments Committee concerning the December 17th, 2013 meeting.
On December 17th, we heard one item, and it was a follow-up on an order of determination of Patrick Manette-Shaw and Maria Rivero against the Public Health Commission. This is regarding their agendas, deficient agendas. And we heard from Mark Morowitz, the Health Commission Executive Secretary, who indicated that they were taking steps to improve the agendas and had some examples to show us. And we felt satisfied that they were complying with this, and there was no motion, so the matter was concluded.
Thank you.
And
There are no members of the public.
And on that, I'm still intending to discuss at EOT at some point a more standard format for agendas and minutes. It's not the next item, but it's in the queue somewhere,
Okay, thank you.
so that we can give guidance to folks.
Can you call next item?
There's no member of the public in the audience at this time. Item number 20, report Education Outreach and Training Committee meetings of December 9, 2013 and January 13, 2014.
So in December and January, we heard Micah's case both times. We also discussed 12L and are intending to send a memo to solicit comments from departments about that. We discussed the website of the task force. We did some other things that are escaping me right this moment. We are meeting on Monday. You're about to appoint, right? Hopefully, member.
Well, you can just bring it up. So, Member Fisher, regarding the EOT, has agreed to be on that on that subcommittee, and so I'm going to appoint her to that committee. So.
Yes, I will note that.
Thank you.
Do we lose
permanently?
No, he's just not feeling well, or something. We're adding to the committee. Yeah, I don't know why he's not here.
Hit the flu.
Okay. We're just adding to the committee, so we'll now have a 5-member committee. We're all pretty...
Well, we need...
Some of us are more odd than others.
You could have been on our committee.
So on Monday...
Wait, how many people do you have on your committee?
5. 4.
Okay.
No.
I'm like, we only have 3 people on our committee.
You're a better committee.
No. So, anyway, okay. But I will appoint you to that committee. Right now, I just thought about that.
Things have changed a little bit. So on CNA, we've got members Washburn, Nee, and member Grant. And then EOIC, a little empire here. So EOT is member Pilpel and member David, chair and vice chair. Susanna's gone. Bruce is with us, Chris, and now me.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's, okay.
David can be on ours.
And member Sims is still chairing the Rules Committee, which...
Well, I can switch to CNA.
Yeah, let me think about that, though, because you guys have 4 people, and we only have 3 people.
It takes the same quorum amount, so...
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Quorum is 3, right?
I know.
Odd numbers are easier and better.
I know. Okay, so it'll be like 5. Some of you guys are like, yeah.
Where am I going?
EOT. Ours is fine, yeah.
Thanks for joining the team. Anyway, Monday, we're going to talk about the public comment at Board of Supervisors Budget Committee, the follow-up to James Chafee, the 3-minute rule for public comment that member Oka wanted to talk about, the training for the 25th and why the city attorney didn't consult us, and follow up on all these letters that I'm supposed to be writing.
Yeah, you need to make sure you do it. How many cases are you hearing on Monday?
Just the one. Just
that's it you have?
Chafee
Okay.
versus Board of Supes. And I don't think we have any other cases in the queue. We want to get to policy matters.
Got it.
And so
Okay.
actually, I'm not sure, does CAC, are you not going to meet this month? Because you got nothing?
There are no issues for the CAC committee. Would you like
yeah,
me to
that's
cancel that meeting for this month?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you go to the next item on the agenda?
Item
21.
there it goes. Item 21, Administrator's Report. Currently, I did email you my Administrator's Report on Monday. I believe I will make that a regular practice so that you
Yeah,
have
it was
it before
good.
today's meeting. The time range between reports was quite large, therefore there's a larger number in terms of calls, emails, and office visits of 263. I have attached the complaint logs for 2012 through 2014. Beginning this year, I will be assigning file numbers to hearings also for file tracking purposes so that anything submitted will be kept permanently in our file system.
Oh, okay. That's perfect. That's good.
There was only one open file in 2012 that I know of, and I believe that's been continued until after April 15th. That is 12055. That's been continued many times. There's various communications listed in the file. There's mediation complaints listed through item 14011. I believe we are currently have 3 additional items that are received between the time of this writing. So we have we're up to 14015 at this point.
Okay, so we have like 50 files?
About 55 files.
Okay. And how many from anonymous?
About 10 to 15.
Okay.
Serious?
There are other issues. She has many items that we have to consolidate together in the schedule.
That we can, in one meeting, all do all the things. Okay.
So a couple of quick things on that.
Very quick.
Do we need to give Victor some direction that it's okay to group items? So if we could do just a meeting for all of the anonymous cases or something like that?
Yeah, Victor and I have
Okay.
talked about that.
Okay.
We're trying to be,
Do we need to bless that concept here?
no, not yet.
Okay.
So, but I think
Working
it's
on
just, yeah, we're working on that.
Okay.
I think that'll definitely help us, repetition and all that.
Great.
Okay.
So two other things. On the list of email, I've asked for this before. Is there a way or not a way to list the dates for the email? We've got the range.
There's not I did try to list the dates with them, but it was not possible with the report with the Outlook system.
Sucks. Okay. I'll just deal with that. And on the memos from Angela on the Grossman matter, 12056, the 60-day thing that they were invoking, that if they didn't hear in 60 days, she was going to just file it. That's not some procedure of ours. That's some policy of the clerk's office. Can we make a formal request to ask for a copy of the clerk's policy on handling referrals on their end?
Sure.
I don't know whether it's good or bad. It's just...
Just wanted to say it.
Yeah, we haven't, that's not ours. That's not what, ethics doesn't govern how the board deals with referrals. We don't govern that. I'm just wondering what that is. It's not in the board rules that I'm aware of. All right, anyway, we've made that as a request. Thank you.
Okay, and then the next item,
Item number 22, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
we kind of dealt with that. Does anyone have anything else? Okay, and then the next item,
Item 23, adjournment.
can I get a motion?
Just say we're adjourned.
I feel like someone's waiting to make a motion. I would like to adjourn this meeting then. Thank you so much, and see you